the stars on high that speak to me in secret sighs, drifting on a breeze. Only I can feel and hear.
What's up, y'all? Let me just make sure that my mic is working. Where's my mouse? Can you guys hear me? Why is my mouse not... There it is. Okay, I think everything's working. Let's double check here. Let's double check here. Hey, it works. Hello, hello. Welcome to another Cari Town day. No quality options again. Check back again in a little bit. You might actually see... I don't think that's where he wants to go, but we'll see in a moment. I assume you wanted to actually go to Cari.
Yes.
Okay, because I have not gone there yet, and I just wanted to make sure that if you're, like, you didn't want to talk about something beforehand. I'm about to ask, I'll, join off conf, so, I'll invite you when I get there.
Oh, I have something important to say first. Fuck you.
What?
That was Axel. Alright.
Tell her bitch ass to get in here. Square up. Yeah, I'll get you invited once I get in there. Do you not have Conflict on your
I requested off of Karita, but he didn't send it.
Oh yeah, Karita's not there today.
I do have Conflict.
Yeah, request off Conf.
Okay.
Yeah, Karita's not gonna be there today.
Why don't you pick out a drink before you ordered it?
Alright, let's get the scene switched over so you guys can actually see what's going on. Pow. There we go. Mr. Maya, how you doing, Twigidio?
Yeah, dynamic bones will like because everyone nice for you, basically. So, if you are under the limit,
sounds good.
then your dynamic bones will show you.
You
can keep it under the limit.
Yeah, okay, this is how we can I did with this avocado.
This is when you realize some avatars don't have fingers.
Was that what you wanted?
Yes.
Hi, Ribo.
My obsession.
Tradition.
Tradition.
I hope you don't get me DMCA'd.
It's not DMCA. It's on voice mod. It's DMCA free. it's default voice mod sounds.
That's pretty funny.
Default voice mod sounds. They have a collection. I wouldn't play it myself if I wasn't fully believing that it was DMCA free.
Fair.
Because I don't even I mute people who sing songs in PL. I'm super rigid about it.
So what you're telling me is if I start singing to you right now,
I will run and scream.
you will have to run and hide. Alright, I know how to get rid of this little bin.
According to Conf, I'm supposed to be getting a package today, so...
I already know. He has told me. You will receive it. You
will receive
and
the packet, yeah.
shall receive.
Axel said replies with, "She'll step on you tomorrow."
Listen,
or on Saturday.
tell her to get her shit together. Tell her to get her shit together and order a drink before. Yeah, I heard it.
That was my fault. I put
Imagine
the
being late. Could it be me? Hey, I'm not late. Tweet Auto. All right, there we go.
And then there's a lot less people. Feels empty.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little.
Did you hear that, Imagine?
No, what'd you say?
She said Jamie's placement's gonna be in her office, bitch.
Wow.
She is treading into forbidden territory.
James the new headmaster's
do it if you want. Right. That's fun.
Yeah, well, tell her I won't be bringing her drink either. So.
Oh. Huh?
So, it might be a little slow today.
Please forgive him.
Oh my god, that's perfect.
Wasn't sure if maybe,
I don't know how much stuff is actually going to be happening. I am also a little tired. I did not get my nap because I decided to go and watch the last 2 episodes of What If instead. When I got home, instead of taking a nap because I wanted to. So, all that being said, it might be a little bit of a slow day, and I might be leaving a little early because of that, but we'll see. We'll see how things go. If literally just nothing is happening, I might head out after like 2, maybe 3 hours, but we'll see what goes on. We'll play it by ear. Nerd.
I'm gonna end
I guess
the
we should have
cast.
practiced.
I was like, oh god, what happened to William's model? Oh wait, I'm not in William.
I was expecting
Oh no! I have pink hair.
Listen here, you little shit.
I'm just in my me model right now.
Oh yeah. Oh no. I'm gonna love seeing you today.
Oh, I forgot
Okay,
Right,
so
you're
essentially
fat.
I have to do the got him finger.
Reasons, because you're not gonna be happy for me.
Man, look how fucked up was.
Am I ever happy with you? Is that like?
You're not looking good, buddy.
Fucking dwarfy boys.
You're gonna need some of
That's not a new thing.
Happy?
No. I flop between disappointed and annoyed.
No, he's not doing so good.
Makes sense, right?
And he's still
Yes,
playing.
close the bond.
It's a bad time.
You've given her too
With just a dash of I'm so fucking tired of this.
Oh god.
I don't even know if my blood totals. I need to actually double check that in a second.
Both of you are getting
Oh man, I'm just gonna
After what you did at last OA session, you're not allowed to be a bunny.
Oh, look who it is! It's Guildmaster.
What? Yeah? Huh? What?
Hello, Guildmaster.
Hold on.
Guildmaster's voice is Jamie.
Where'd this bitch go? Do I need to shank
He made
you?
it sound like he was.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Shank. Alright, cool.
Going in
I love how Guildmaster's mustache phases out of existence at a certain distance, but you can still see the chin strap and it looks fucking funny.
Wait, what?
Does it?
At the right distance, yeah, his mustache sort of vanishes because
It's so thin, but you can still see the rest of the beard. It just looks cursed.
yeah, all you see is the chin strap. It looks fucking cursed.
Yeah, it's just VRChat scuff.
Are you making
It's scuffing.
fun of my
great.
facial hair, Mr. Sigurd?
I mean,
Oh my god.
not at all, Guildmaster. Not at all.
Scrape! You ain't got nothing left, Mr. Sigurd.
Yes.
Barry worked so hard
We
to
have
keep Sigurd
reached
from shaving.
The not guitar solo section of the elevator ride.
I kind of forgot what he looked like without a beard.
Taste my mouth and I hate it.
Mr. Sigurd, I'm gonna sit for a little bit. So how you doing, chat? How y'all doing today? How y'all doing on this fine, fantabulous day? Have you all watched What If? On the amazing value that Disney Plus gives you?
Turn my fucking.
Look at this little newbie. This little newbie wants to be an adventurer, huh? You gon' die, girl. You gon' die.
No.
Welcome to die.
Told you being an adventurer was a bad idea.
Have we actually?
You know, potato tomato.
We haven't actually had anyone die in Cari Town yet. Other than some, filthy bandits, and nobody cares about those.
Thank you. Thank you for cursing me. Now I'm gonna be the first one to die.
Huh?
Dead guards die.
Yeah, but nobody actually playing. Like, not an actual named character. We've had NPCs in the NPC town die.
Fair.
None of the named NPCs have vanished. Although this guy has come rather close multiple times.
Thing, you being an adventurer.
To what?
If you see a dollar doing
dying.
some crime shit, it's your job to stop.
Have I? Honestly, I
It is
don't-
actually not.
Oh no.
Yeah. Death by cheese. Yeah, that's it. By the way, it's actually not.
I look forward to you arresting me.
Do we question him?
Yeah, I know. That's a guard job.
It's
Kind of just doing that.
only guards. You literally don't have to do a damn thing unless you are hired to do it.
Do we question that?
What?
At all?
Question
no,
what?
we're not gonna.
No, we're not gonna.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
It's just casually like floating around. Just.
I wouldn't worry about it. There's man, it's just chilling.
Exactly. We're not cluttered with so many people with combat avatars.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure it'll pick up in the middle when suddenly voices are inside your own head. It'll happen. Don't worry.
Can't wait.
Oh yay! Oh yay!
Please make him throw.
Well, are you gonna hug me or not?
You good? Oh, come here. Come hither.
What's
Come
up?
hither.
What's up, boy?
I've been doing okay. I've been pretty sick.
Ow.
Still kind of sick
Oh,
right now.
don't hug me. Don't hug me. Get away. Do. Oh.
No, mind
You keep-
it's okay.
you keep-
I'm not contagious.
You,
No.
you keep
no,
your
I'm
germs
not
over there.
contagious. It's okay. I'm not contagious.
Germs.
This fucker's sick and he's over there just hugging me. Can you believe him?
Yeah, I fixed it.
I'm like, hey, I don't want anything to do with you, and he's like, come in, I want to give you a hug. Can you believe this guy?
What the fuck? What do you mean? Do you asked for a hug?
Do you see this? Do you see this?
Oh,
Do you see how he's trying to like spin this tail, making it like I'm the victim here, and he's trying to victim blame me. Can you believe? Yeah, you should beat him with the chancla. Beat him. He deserves it.
No, not me.
Ow! What was that for? What the hell? You should slap yourself with the chancla.
The chancla needs blood. It craves blood. I didn't get to beat Cari up with the fucking chancla, which I wanted to do.
Understandable.
We could have get that. We could have get that.
I did the same.
Yeah, it's a reasonable response to the presence of Ryder. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I called him Cari. I was meant to say Ryder.
No, it's basically the same. Don't worry. Yeah, it's you know, there's.
I just want an excuse to beat someone up with it.
The line between the two is rather thin.
Is this the day that the guards are going to have a shirtless fight? Please bless me, please.
I don't know. I wanted to do it with Samantha.
He said, "Oh yeah, nobody's died yet."
We would probably do each other before.
So.
Shirtless run. I want more people to be here. So.
I wonder what's gonna happen today.
My money bets on there's going to be fight among the people, something politics, something blame game, something love triangle, something.
So just an everyday Cari Town day.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, cool. All right.
Cari Town.
Oh wow.
Because I was gonna be in his but I haven't had the time to head swap.
I'm excited but also worried. I don't know what's happening today.
I'm gonna guess not a whole lot, quite honestly.
Chill day.
Oh yeah, thanks for saying that. Now everyone's gonna die.
Please take it over if it saves me, please.
I don't like the sound of this.
What? You can join.
No, I don't.
You want ultimate power. You know you do.
I don't.
You want ultimate power.
No, this is.
We're going to the crypt and we're getting dark powers. We're gonna imbue my rats and your cats with dark power. Then we're gonna take over character. Let's go.
You know, it's always the short redheads that do it.
What's wrong with short redheads? Ain't nothing wrong with them.
They're the ultimate evil. What do you want?
No, they're not. Fuck you. This room's beautiful. Don't say anything to me or my daughter ever again. Fuck you, buddy.
Yeah.
We gotta pull something up with you. Do you want to explain? Did you find it? Okay, so from far enough away, I can't see the Guildmaster's mustache. I only see his
a bunch of people have been saying that. I have not changed a damn thing. I just want to make that clear. I have not done a single thing in about 3 months with this avatar. So
I feel for you.
You know what? I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Fucking pretend it's there! I know it's hard to ask!
Wow, do you think I actually do this in character?
I know.
Oh shit. Never get that much.
I don't know, but I honestly have no idea why it's disappearing.
Oh well, I mean,
I have a feeling probably something got changed in the culling of the world.
Yeah, in the middle of the battlefield, I haven't heard anybody else say anything.
No, I've had like multiple people tell me.
Gotcha.
Like today. And nobody said anything last time, so I think something happened between this week and the last with VRChat.
just start pounding.
Problem is that I noticed it a couple weeks ago.
Oh, you did?
I wasn't sure if it was just me. Yeah.
Okay. Alright, well, I mean, I'll take a look at what I can do. I can't really do anything now.
Oh no, definitely not. It's just I saw you and I thought about it, so.
Well, next time, maybe you want to, release that information beforehand.
That's good. He's funny cute because
Miss Belinda.
Maybe the person controlling Belinda will actually remember after session. Oh gosh. Listen, session's over. I don't remember shit.
Fair. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what there must have. I guess I'll have to check like a culling on the shader or something like that. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
And by that I mean
it could have something to do with transparency.
that fucker right there.
Is this what you see every day?
No, not you, the other fucker.
I am a primrose.
I am a fur.
Yeah, that fucker. Hey, apparently people are seeing my mustache vanish.
No, it's time.
And I'm blaming you.
What causes that? What causes that?
I have no fucking clue.
Tell me, what causes it?
Apparently, if you go too far away, it disappears.
Is ready now? I just need for an in-character setting up of it.
I would need to put on my suit, but I have one plan. You'll go, trust me. Wait, no, what's going on?
I'm not seeing it.
Yo, Cindy, your pod.
Hello, everybody.
I mean, I've had multiple people tell me, so we'll see.
And congratulations.
Neva and Jack both saw it.
I love it. Alright. I love all of you. It's good to see all your smiling faces. I don't really have anything to announce other than hi and have fun tonight. We've done and gotten past a very trying episode with an S. And now we can hopefully start mending the pieces and moving on for Cari anyways. So please have some fun tonight. I plan to unwind and have a good time, so I hope you guys do the same. Conf, I'm sure you have something.
More shenanigans to come.
I'm looking forward to Yuki talking to the Guildmaster.
Not a ton to announce, just for those of you who have checked the food stores, etc. The stuff the bandits brought in was fine. You saw that. I think I talked to the people who did that, so we have food back in the tavern now. For now. Otherwise, I'll be hitting the bell when it's good to go.
Alright.
What about the gates, Comp?
Excellent.
Oh, yes. 2 of the gates have the doors on them now. One of them still does not. That'll be the east, so I'll be leaving that one open. So don't close that one.
East. Got it.
East.
Yep, and the
That's the door we
portcullises
came
are
in
also
at,
kind of
right?
fucked up, so don't use portcullises either.
Good clarification.
See, this is why West Side, best side.
I don't know how to click things anymore. Where am I going?
Shit, where would I?
Alright, y'all! Oh, I didn't even see that. Thanks, Daver. And my fucking... Dude, I don't know why, but my alert sounds are just not working. I am so confused. I've checked multiple times. I've completely redone the entire fucking alert box. And it's still not working. I am so completely lost on why that happens. There's another one, by the way. But hey, maybe it's better for the better, because, apparently... Yeah. But, like, it's like, broken inside of Streamlabs, I think, because... If I open, like, the pop-out window, it even doesn't make the sound there. So I'm so thoroughly confused about why my alert sounds aren't working. I might have to, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm probably gonna have to put in a ticket to figure it out. Anyway, as usual, guys, thanks for being here. RP is going to start shortly, which means I'm probably, going to do the usual thing of sometimes I won't be able to answer you. The VOD of this I will be putting up on YouTube. We'll see how long I'm here for, as I said before, because I am tired and I don't know how much there's actually going to be to do today. So, for a couple of hours in, and I am feeling exhausted, there's a decent chance that I might just bounce out for the night, but we'll see how that goes. What else can I think of that I can announce? Tomorrow we'll do some more Tales of Arise. Saturday we're back to during the day. I'm going to try to do Tales of Arise, and then at night we have another episode of Ascension. What's up, Raycon? And we may be getting placed on Saturday, but I feel like it's probably going to be Monday. I feel like Monday is going to be placements for the students. Yeah, I can stay up now. Yeah, that's about it.
Hey, listen.
What? What do you want, Raycon? I hear ya. What do you want? What do you want from me? Is my mic working? Yeah, my mic's working. Alright, I'm just making sure. I saw that Dreamskip got canceled tonight. I still get the pings for that. Alright. There's also a chance that I get in the near future, I actually get a secretary here for the Guildmaster. I know Uzu's been talking about making a character, but she's trying to decide if it's going to be adventure or if she wants to join me as my secretary. We'll see about that. First, I'm actually watching a Guildmaster episode. Well, I hope you enjoy it. It's not going to be... The characters that the Guildmaster and Jamie are completely different characters. I'm just gonna let you know. To the point where I've had multiple people in other chats go, wait, that's the Guildmaster? when they're watching Jamie. So yeah. We're gonna hang out here for a few moments and then we'll head downstairs. As far as what we got going on in here today, for sure we're gonna have we'll have our daily council meeting. I'm hoping that Chips comes in as Yuki and tries to be a part of the Adventuring Guild. That'll be fun. Curious what's going on with the Arknights. I mean, we'll see. I don't know how much of them are around today. Technically, they're just working on the gates. I believe we're letting the defected campaigns of Cari bandits in town during the day. I believe that was the last thing we agreed on. All right. So, gonna get started. Thanks for being here, and let's go. I actually have to get a couple of books and put it behind. And we need that one and that one. I mean, ostensibly, the Arknights aren't even really doing anything. They're just, they're in town until Vevina says something to them. But I don't know if / when that would ever happen. And then lastly, we need, Simple lock. I just always want to signify that the Guildmaster's door is, in fact, locked. It's talking more about the fiction and the drama. I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be much. I know that we'll be unhappy that bandits are walking around in town. How strong is the Guildmaster? He is stronger than probably everyone else in town. Good morning.
Good morning.
But he's mostly strong enough because
Fair enough. Just got to make sure that, you're made aware. Of course. I appreciate it. Now, if you'll forgive me, I've got to go do my job, which is to talk to this man. Guildmaster!
yes.
Go very far for that, did he? Do you know any stonemasons?
Not in town, Mr. Mayor. Why do you ask?
Shit. The east gate needs stonework before we can put up the door that we made. We made the door. It's done. It's treated, but the stone's all fucked up. We need a mason to repair it. I don't know any stonemasons. Shit. Maybe one of the new people. What do you think of them? Do they look like they work with stone?
Healing magic does
Mr. Mayor, those arms look like they would break easier than a twig.
Yeah, you're probably right. Who here is strong enough to lift stone? Roll!
Oh.
Can you lift boulders?
Depends on the boulder.
We might be onto something. Ah! Fuck! Guildmaster!
Mr.
I've entered
Mayor,
into a slight agreement.
I know that you want something who can lift boulders, but I believe that it is you who are being boulder.
Hold on. Okay, hold on, just.
Hold on! Hold on! I tell you, this is not my fault.
I
just need a
believe
drink.
his only regret is not curing bonitis.
How are you doing, Guildmaster?
I'm just fine, Miss Evelyn, and yourself? You seem to have, slightly recovered from your burns.
Oh, well, I'm pretty fine now. Healing magic did the trick.
And welcome back to the world of the living.
I wasn't dead, but yeah, thank you. Should be good enough to take missions again, too. Is there anything available?
As far as I know, there is currently nothing. I do not expect that to remain that way, but
Don't hurt him.
I believe we may need a little bit
Either
of
way.
downtime before people start putting in work when, the entire town nearly toppled.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see, I guess. Worst case scenario, I'm willing to help or even,
Do you know anything about
Normal town
shaping stone?
I'm wearing red too.
No.
And then I believe we might not have anything for you.
Okay.
Although I believe there was that one individual who was still looking for animals. But that was a long time ago, and I have not seen him in a while.
We should get confirmation if that guy is,
still alive,
Alive?
after the commotion.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
What?
I will have to check with Mr. William if that individual has been still in town.
Okay, well.
That's a sight.
I just saw Marley shirtless. Okay.
Okay, nice.
That is, yeah, it's Miss Universe. So it's
That's how
the
you
same
know
person who
it's good
played,
I was not
Who plays
expecting
Vev?
that. I'm not going to lie.
So, did you see the one you like?
thanks for the follow, by the way, Stephanos.
Wrong character. Ignore
Good morning, Mr. Strauss.
I'm okay.
I trust today is finding you well so far.
So, did you see anything you liked?
So far, so good. The morning just started.
Yes.
Hopefully, our business is gonna be well today.
Yes, a return to normalcy might be, welcome.
In hindsight,
Indeed.
probably should not
Oh, hey, man.
I've had it pink twice, right? Never mind that.
They're Fae. I don't know if they're Fae. I don't think they're Fae.
In the chest and my arms.
But yes, they're a bard-ish healer with a staff from a Pegasus, I want to say.
Yeah, I've got healing medic. I covered it.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only the only Mason I know is no longer in town.
Like other people who are injured, maybe if they are.
Catch up on your work in the back, the smithy.
How is everyone, by the way? I'm kind of a little bit behind on the facts.
Other than the fact I have PTSD,
to hear.
I'm fine.
Ah, welcome to the club. You'll fit right in with the adventurers. You want to sign
Cloud should
up?
be back there if you want breakfast.
I would not be cut out for that, but thank you.
I mean, that's fair.
Are you sure? I have heard stabbing can be quite therapeutic.
I'm just a baker. I don't know if you just want.
I was thinking maybe you'd like pack lunches, raise morale. I don't know.
I mean, I do have my father's knife, but I don't know if that would do anything.
Is it like a kitchen knife or like a battle knife?
No, it's a dagger.
You want a Mason for Masonry? You want Nerali? Yeah.
I know plenty of adventurer chefs actually. They like travel abroad and collect rare ingredients and make like super cool dishes.
I believe there's an entire circuit of battle chefs in the world.
I don't know what. I never thought of myself becoming a battle chef or baker.
They have to go out and kill their own ingredients, and then there is a cook-off to see who has the best ingredients in the end. It is quite,
That actually sounds really fun.
let's just say, bloody in the end.
It's like a big
Sounds
old,
enticing, though.
like, arena-ish area. Sometimes they like section off entire place. Hello, Tulip. And they
Hi,
like
Tulip.
sometimes they have like
Goodbye,
a bunch of
Tulip.
like monsters in the center that you have to either like fight, slay, and then prepare at the same time. And sometimes you have
yes.
to fight off the other adventurers who might steal
I
what
would
you have.
like
It's
to ask, have you
kind of
seen my
interesting.
arms? I'm very small.
And do you believe strength is only from muscles?
agility, flexibility, deception.
What? Oh, okay.
Like for instance, look at my arms. They look like noodles.
There's actually a game called Battle Chef,
I don't want to.
where you literally have to like go out and murder your own food.
I'm trying to make a point.
It's actually a really good game.
Oh,
rock solid.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, it would be.
Good morning, Mr. Lance.
Morning, Guildmaster.
Never hurts to learn how to fight, in my opinion. It's just preparatory training.
I love burritos.
If all else fails, just kick him in the balls.
Morning, Prim.
Or stab them. Thank
Well,
you.
if you're proficient on crossbows, that's one way to fight.
Okay, it's fine. We don't need him.
What
or her.
is going
I don't know.
on?
We don't need them.
I need them.
Amogus?
What are you guys doing?
Now, listen here. All right. Here's what's going to happen. All right. Keep an eye on.
Yeah. Yes, Mayor.
Okay, no. So, the mayor was talking about killing someone very early on this morning.
The mayor challenged a nurse to have to roll at dawn
yes,
to go
he
see
may
a
have
look
been.
better.
First
Wait,
of all,
what?
they're not a nurse, they're a doctor. I overheard that at one point. Second of all, that's
The mayor also folded in half this morning. I do not think he'll be such a hard opponent.
That's the thing.
Mr. Dollar.
Just when you thought the town's getting back in shape, some concerning stuff comes up.
I don't think it's necessarily concerning. It's just.
I mean, the
Never
other
mind.
guy, I think, owns the hospital.
You'll soon find the things you previously found concerning in this place is no longer concerning at all.
Exactly.
Mm.
He's the guy running the building. You are under Sam. If you are working there,
When the
being
abnormal
paid
becomes
there,
the
you're working
normal?
under him.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mrs. Strauss, I am from Roderick, and I find this place strange.
You don't have nostrils. Shut up.
Hmm. And we still have that crypt next door, so.
Yes, and apparently
Yeah, we're
underneath
growing up
us.
Nostrils, that's right, they're not there. So,
Oh.
quiet.
Oh, I didn't think that the crypt was extended all the way underneath the town.
Mrs. Strauss, I venture to say about wherever you step around this general area, you will find it underneath you. But no, Mr. Strauss, I believe them digging through that much earth is not very likely.
No, that's gonna fall into here.
Hmm.
What's your name? One spin with your mouth.
I'm sure it would have to go through plenty of rock, and when the things that are potentially down there barely have claws, much less digging tools.
I don't touch those either. I'm just be afraid of both
Yeah, got a point, sir.
Hmm.
Hopefully it stays that way.
I agree, Mrs. Strauss, I agree.
Now it's a requirement because there's nothing left.
Good morning, Mr.
Let's just
Guildmaster.
hope none of
Good
those
morning.
giants show up again.
Hmm.
Morning,
How have you
Thomas.
been? Good morning. How have you been doing this morning, yourself?
I don't know what he's talking about, so I'm choosing.
As I always say, ask me again in a few hours.
Aye, very well. I suppose then, instead of asking in a few hours, I can ask for now. Would it be possible if I could have a few of your adventurers for a little excursion outside of the gates today? Just a kind of lay of the land so I can try and get an idea of topography to match up my map of the crypt.
And do you have the coin to spare for such an expense?
As long as it is not so much. If it goes over, perhaps I can speak to Mayor about a little extra. But I can try for my best to pay for what I can.
You are just looking to go overground, yes, not into the crypts?
Yes, overground today. Because as I've said in past, there's potential for the obvious extra entrances. So if I can get a good idea of topography as well as this map that I've seen from Kelvin, maybe we can put something better together to have an idea of where problem areas may be.
Of course. Come on in. Mr. Thomas, yes?
Yes.
Please wait here. Very well, Mr. Thomas. An excursion outside.
Hopefully not longer than half an hour or so.
So we shall call this an escort quest, as they are escorting you. And generally, this would be a couple of gold cost. Is that agreeable with you?
It just depends on how much. If it goes over a certain limit, then I'll have to.
By a couple, Mr. Thomas, I
can
mean
do.
2.
Oh, 2 should not be too fine.
Very well.
Yes, I can do that. That should be alright.
I will say 3 maximum. Very well. Sign here, Mr. Thomas.
Yes, give me a second.
Card down, do anything for special for Halloween. It depends on if the, so last week the students were here, and there was an entire, like, spirit week, and, like...
Alright, thank you very much.
Thank you. Very well. I will post this and let adventurers know. Generally, we send these expeditions out after the morning meeting, if there is one. So right around the time that market hours open. Is that agreeable?
Yes, understood. Thank you very much.
And of course, I will come and find you when we have found our adventurers and are ready to go.
Alright, I shall be around. Perhaps I will be waiting by the fountain after either meeting or during meet day.
Very well.
I'll see you then.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, Cari Town last year was the place where the students came. There was like an entire fair and like games, and there was like an entire play that got put on by the town. So we'll see if that happens again.
I don't know really.
I had to fucking.
I'm gonna try right after I say the Guildmaster. Hi, Guildmaster.
I require your presence.
Actually, there isn't even really a
Do you wish to put your skills as an adventurer to use?
Yeah.
Very well. There'll be a simple escort mission today, just to get a lay of some land. I believe this might be fitting of someone of your new standing.
Okay.
Perhaps after morning announcements, I will come and seek you out.
We need food and we need a stat. We've seen some shit this morning.
I will leave the assembly of a group on you. 3 maximum.
Hold on, he actually did.
I suggest you start with Monsieur Velen.
Everybody tell Lance his credibility is out the window.
It's alright, Prim. I got you. I've got you, Prim. It's okay.
Sorry, you're gonna have to repeat a lot of that because.
Come this way.
Tragic day for Prim. Yes, get a pizza. Come on, Prim, have some pizza. It's unbaptized. It's unbaptized.
I will leave the assembly of an adventuring party to you. 3 members. And I would suggest you start with Monsieur Velen.
Okay, I can do that.
Very well. And we'll seek you out after morning meeting, or right before the market hours, if there is no morning meeting. Your client is Mr.
Yes, sir.
Thomas, the archaeologist.
Okay.
When you have assembled your party, let me know, and I will introduce you to the client, and you will be on your way. Is that an agreeable standing?
Yes, sir.
Very well, then, on your way.
Thank you.
Bonitis.
Bonitis.
No offense to him.
Why is he just saying bonitis?
If you do so want to, then I'm available.
Oh shit! That is an Uzu follow. Uzu! Are you here? Are you stalking me, Uzu? Do I have to worry about a rabbit? Oh god. How you doing, Uzu? How's your thick girl?
I don't have more.
The one and only Uzurimia, ladies and gentlemen. Daver, can you actually give her a caster command? Just exclamation caster. Yep, but fucking with her name afterwards. Come on. Thank you, thank you. I know you don't know the commands, but like. There you go. Go follow that lady.
Okay.
Do it now.
Destroy.
Well, that's how like all caster commands in every channel works.
Hospital's over there.
It's always exclamation caster followed by the person's name.
I got told I
Fucking
need to
bug
go
it.
there for the
Thank you
reserve,
regardless.
So I'll be right. Can you hold my book?
Yes, I can surely.
Really?
Thank you. I'll be right back.
I'm saying it a lot. Look at him go. I believe the bonitis might be spreading throughout town.
I need to go. My book told me. Fucking damn it.
I hope that doesn't affect his spine.
You'll be fine. I think that's the least of his worries to affect the sign.
You're debating if you want to keep that outfit. Yeah, that's all good. It's all good. I mean, you know, as long as you keep the booty, it's all
I
good.
somewhere wrong that by accident.
I don't. Sorry.
You smacked me with my book. Why?
Guildmaster, I didn't quite catch who you said.
I'm sorry. Here you go.
You said
Have your teeth.
somebody. I couldn't quite catch what you said though.
I know, I'm a nerd.
The
Oh,
pink
you're with me, so
one.
you're a nerd too.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have to be afraid of my sins if the mayor says so, Barry. I'm sorry.
Don't go on the river, Gilliam! You have no sense of
I have to listen to him.
You don't have to do it, Gilliam! Please, listen to me!
Alan, I just got baptized by the mayor, and he drowned me in the river.
Probably get changed. You don't frostbite.
We need to stop the mayor! The mayor is
I think the mayor is trying to start a church.
I do not believe that will go over so well in this town.
No, I don't think it will.
Oh, what was that about, Guildmaster? What's going on?
Mr. Sigurd, where do we live?
I suppose that's a fair point.
Yes.
Cari town.
Is this so out of character for a place where people lick frogs?
Fair point again.
Yes.
Fancy letter for you.
Oh, thank you.
Your PSE start? Yeah, pretty much.
I don't recognize this. Thank you.
Good morning. As for what it was actually about, I have no idea. Something about washing away sins.
Alright, I wasn't sure if you knew what was going on or not. But if you'll excuse me, I apparently have mail I must read.
Mr. Sigurd, it's been a trying past few weeks for this town. I believe people are just blowing off some steam, if you will.
Yeah. Yes, that is very fair. Which is why I'm not going to be quick to judge today.
Yes. Booty will stay. Better booty stay. Not that the Guildmaster is gonna creep on you. Don't worry. He's not like that. Yes, Mr. Dollar.
Somebody catch you up?
Yes, I've been made aware. Unless you have something else you would like to...
No, everything I know is probably pretty much public knowledge. Unless you want like a recap, but everyone... Bandits came in, we surrendered, guy goes off while wanting some kind of spooky rock that's really dark and shit. And, bunch of fucking CAF fuckers came in. The blue CAF guy apparently blew up the mayor and you.
Yes, I have been aware
everyone
of
wanted to kill him. Are we still looking for him? Are we just kind of like giving up on that? Still arresting him, right?
I believe if we see him, he is still wanted, but I do not believe we are going to be out to search for him. If anything, the Academy is aware of the situation. It will be up to them to deal with one of their own.
Do you really think they will? Because I'll be honest, like...
Mr. Dalla, I will be real with you. I did not trust Mr. Finn for a moment.
Prefer if you are. Neither do I. He was threatened to kill people over a scuffed uniform. Remember that?
Yes.
I remember that.
But I believe that man had his own agenda in town, and I will not go searching for him. I am glad he is, well, for the lack of the better term, the fuck out of here.
You know, I feel like we're actually starting to get like an understanding. I appreciate this. I'm gonna have a walk around. You have fun, people watching, as you do.
Of course, Mr. Adala. They ever do anything about the bandits in the fort outside? Nope. Nope. Not in the least bit. And that is definitely worrying. So technically, that was all supposed to be handled by the Academy. I never got a chance to speak with any of the teachers. So I have no fucking clue.
I'm about to go fry one right now, and I wish for my existence to currently just stop existing.
I'd like to try just assume not the worst. So
yeah, I know. I know.
In our business, you should.
I know. They want to try.
Yeah, no, I really should.
I know.
So we'll be having the group meet up.
Dude, I witnessed it.
I thought you were like going and watching the rabbit, but then
I grabbed it and it wrestled out of my grasp and kicked me in the chin.
I know what it's doing, it's trained.
He was talking in tongues. It was going to summon some dark ritual. I'm sure of it.
If you take off the mayor's hat,
Should I even ask?
What should we do? He was possessed. He was trying to drown people by saying it's best.
Everybody back up.
Back up.
I need a stone mason.
Mr. William.
Why do you need a stone mason
yeah,
now?
we should call Mason back.
Once the mayor is done with his daily shenanigans, are we having a meeting?
Then why is he called Mason?
We probably should, yeah. I got some updates on the gates a little bit.
So like,
Very well.
Stone mason.
Yeah,
Mason, I don't think Mason does.
I don't know where to
find
find
him.
Mr. Mayor,
I know it lives stop is Samantha.
are you quite done with your morning shenanigans?
Yeah, I'm good.
I believe we have a meeting to attend.
Clay. That's the moose I know. That's true. I mean, let's start gathering.
Yes.
Please do.
I don't know where
Where's the other? Where's the commander?
the guy's being chased after by a buddy. We should probably do something about that. But anyway.
The teachers were never aware that Zen was possibly there. Yes and no. I mean, they vehemently said that they were not with Zane. They seem disorganized. So while there is a slight possibility that Zane would have ended up there, we would not have been for sure aware that they were not there. I think the teachers talked about it later. Yeah, but we have no idea what happened inside of town. So, you know, there's a possibility that Bandit Camp will be a problem later. But I hope it's not to, you know, extreme levels. There's a world in which the Guildmaster just gets tired of all this shit and walks up and kills them all. Like, that's a possibility. He is a sneaky fucker in the night. And could probably take on a lot of them. Not all of them at once, of course, but there's a good chance that he could withstand at least, you know, 45 of them at once.
We found the doctor.
Very good, Mr. Meyer.
Yeah, they should be a-coming. Yeah.
Do we know if Mercedes is around today?
Goodbye, Mr. Meyer.
I'm coming back. Just give me quick. Just give me a moment.
On that note, Javier was asking if he could partake in their stead, as they are not available today.
No. We'll just give them the meeting notes.
We always take notes.
I don't know what it is about that sect that thinks they can decide who sits on the council any given week.
Well, I think it's the fact that they have so much money and they just threaten us if we don't let them, you know?
Perhaps you are right, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps you are right. But I believe it's because they believe themselves to be nobility. Something which this town not quite has recognized them.
I suppose not.
For good reasons, Mr. Mayor. For good reasons.
I agree. Where's that? Oh, there you are. All right, well, let's call to a head then. So,
Burn out of camp? Maybe.
it was already mentioned before, but first things first. The gates have been built, but not fully repaired. The east gate needs a stonemason. Someone who can repair all of the damage that was done to the outer rim. But the south and north, they're completely repaired. The portcullises are still down, though. I'll have to find a metalsmith to work on that. So, point of this is, does anyone here know of a metalsmith and a stonemason?
Would Miss Belinda not be able to assist with the metal work?
I haven't asked. We should ask.
Yes.
Let's do that.
As for the stonemason, do we not have miners who may specialize in it or have siblings? I know dwarf. Actually, good point. The city,
There
the
was a
dwarven
dwarf
city that's
working for the
nearby.
mines, but he moved back to Belvoir.
I see. Is there any way we can contact Belvoir to see if they may have
That
some
big old
stonemasons
bonitis.
able to be hired for this kind of job?
Yes. It might be worth
Alright.
seeing if they have. It might be worth inspecting the gates further and seeing how bad the.
I don't actually know if Sigurd's allowed to be here.
When you force a gate up, when you force a portcullis up, that kind of. It could have broken something. I don't really know how all the internals work, but.
Unfortunately, I'm no
I
specialist.
think he is, but I'm not 100% sure.
Something we might need someone who specializes in this kind of stuff.
So we'll need a
Not
mechanic
really,
and a
but the Linda could
stonemason.
probably just straighten it out. If it's
I think
just
in the
something that's bad,
meantime,
Linda can handle that.
if that's the case, I suggest possibly looking for a specialist with those skills so he can ascertain the proper amount of damage that's needing repairs. And in the meantime, we should see if we can gather the proper resources in preparation to minimize the time that it's reached.
All right.
I'm not
We'll have to start
I'm not
asking
sure
around.
I'm not sure if because we'd had reports that the Dryad had kind of walled himself off, but if he's actually around, we could probably maybe get him to do the stonework part at least, because he can just kind of hand wave that with his weird magic. He did most of the he did most of the stone foundations for the town, for the houses and stuff. So I imagine just like
If he's
patching up part of a wall would be all right, but
still
we'd have to
available.
plan something for that though. Yeah.
Did you need something
see if it's
sooner?
open.
Yes, there was a few things that I would like to bring up. And there was a complaint lodged by Gilliam. But didn't. I could wait till after the important business.
All right. It'll wait. Ugh. All right. So you're saying the Dryad was the one who could do all the hand weaving? Is that what you said?
He might be able to.
The bonitis gets to us all at some point in VRChat.
He's been off the grid.
We'd still have to
We'll have to find
get someone to
him.
deal with the metal, but
I see.
probably
Belinda,
scout.
the Dryad, maybe a stonemason, maybe a mechanic. We'll just have to assess the damage. Though I'm not an expert in that stuff.
I guess then possibly see, since the Dryad is relatively close, can we send an adventurer to see if he's available now? The last we heard, he
sent one a
locked
few
himself
days
off.
ago with Mr. Sigurd before the students left, and the Dryad was still walled off. We can, of course, send another one, but so soon, I'm not sure.
He does go missing a lot. I don't really understand how his stuff works, but he's connected to the forest in some way.
Perhaps
From
we
what I heard from the
wait for
pixie
a
that
couple of
was-
days.
I guess I really wouldn't like to wait for much longer. If we can send a message at least for stonemason, see if that reaches quicker. At least ascertain the damage. and
It'll at least be a couple days before we get news from Belvoir anyway, so.
Well, I propose this. Let's see if we can have the town repaired without hand-waving magic-y stuff. And if not, then we can see about asking yet another favor from our Dryad compatriot. Is that suitable?
Yes, I believe so. On the note of wall defenses, I got the idea that possibly the outposts that were established by the bandits, we might be able to repurpose them in a way for, I guess, extending our overwatch per se, to be able to have guards stationed there and see incoming threats at an earlier notice, or even just possibly at one point expanding the walls themselves, as the town does seem to be growing.
You're thinking forward operating bases.
I would make it
Says
safer
yes,
for
outposts.
True. Outposts.
Make it
That
way.
There's a lot of
It,
people who haven't been able to do their jobs recently, fishers, and I know there's a herbalist who goes out and gathers stuff, and they've been kind of penned into the walls for a while.
It would keep guards nearby at key locations. That's smart. That's very smart.
and we can't keep
areas within
relying
sight of the
on
walls
sending
that are
out
a lot safer.
adventurers for every kind of escort mission that's out there. We need to have the guards be able to, guard our townspeople, and that extends
true.
beyond our wall. Although my one
All
concern
right.
is the fact that our numbers are relatively low at this time, and I was thinking if we could ask for additional troops, if not possibly training some from the townsfolk who have lost their jobs in the farm, and such.
Is
We're wanting to
is
put
the
them
mail
back on the
service
farm
still
as quick
down?
as we can, but... Actually, I
received a letter.
saw Tulip come in with a box earlier. That's pretty much all we've gotten in a while, though. So
We should try to send out a letter. See if we can get more guardsmen. And if not, if the letter doesn't make it or if we get no reply, then I guess we'll have our answer either way. But we'll try that. I'd like to get some guardsmen. But we do need those farmers. I don't want to try to convert them because, truth be told, we do need food.
No, it's true. I mean, what kind of food can we grow at this time of the year? Considering it's almost winter now.
I had a list at one point of seeds I was going to try to get. There are a fair number of autumn into fall kind of plants. If we could get some seeds, we could probably at least start some small farms.
I heard
Squash maize.
Rome talking to somebody last time about seeds. Perhaps check with them.
All right. Talking with Roll. There was also that lady. There was one young lady. Yeah, the blue-haired girl that works in the tavern now. She was good with plants. I'll see if she can't identify a few seeds for us.
I think she's a herbalist, yeah, she kind of...
Yeah. Anyway, we'll have to conscript him. So that's that.
She's training with us every morning.
Really?
Yes, sir.
I believe
She
the
has
Walshes
to.
also. The Walshes have hired her as a guard as well. That's true.
I'm not sure. I think, to my knowledge, Javier is the only guard that she has. Well, I suppose Javier and Yuli.
No,
I don't know about her.
they have hired Verdi as well.
Oh, they have? Oh, my apologies.
That is very good to know.
Indeed. Okay.
One last idea, Mr. Mayor, and as you as well. If the city does need future protection against things, well, where I come from, there was always a town militia, those who were not active members of the guard, but received monthly training on weaponry and such. It may be a wise thing to see if anybody is willing to form such a thing here in Cari Town as well, just to give the town a little bit more of a fighting chance if something happens again. I believe after these last round of events, we may have a few more takers than before. But this would be extra training work for yourself, and possibly Mr. Sigurd as well.
You know, my brother is an expert fencer. I wonder if I could hire him for that. Bring him over from the academy.
Yes, I agree. I believe he would be invaluable to helping the guards ourselves improve, but also, well, I suppose helping the villagers as well. At least they would know how to hold a sword properly.
I will leave that at your 2 feet.
Used to a spear, it'd be good.
Yes. Very basic
something we
tactics.
can- I'm very much for this if we have the proper funds to accommodate for it, of course. We have a limited amount of resources for our own guards to be equipped, but I'm more than happy having emergency.
I'm sure we can loan a few swords and spears, not for them to keep, but just to be taught with.
In an emergency,
If they're a militia.
you can turn a pitchfork into a spear, and it works just as well if they know how to use one. They can.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a little bit.
Spears are cheap. Look at that.
Pardon me.
Look how cheap that is. You can make that in a day. Very cheap. We could have 100 of those made, and it wouldn't cost us much at all.
You don't even need to train them with anything metallic, just give them a piece of sharp wood.
So, in terms of this militia idea, are you incentivizing them with anything in particular, or is this a voluntary option?
I would say it's a voluntary thing, and if not, if people are hesitant, perhaps show them or smash the gates.
I'm sure they're all well aware of the smash gates.
Yes.
At this point, I don't think they would need to be incentivized to protect their town if they want to continue to live here.
It is just an option. If the town is not interested, then the town is not interested.
The one concern that does come with this, though, is if, for any chance or reason, there might be an uprising. For instance, the farmers, when they panicked, they did somewhat cause a big commotion. Now, considering them being trained, that may be a bigger issue in the future. We do have to consider this as well.
Well, if they were trained, they would have been able to defend themselves to begin with at the same time. I say it's worth the risk.
Perhaps next time when bandits try to roll in and burn some fields, they will be in for a nasty surprise.
Yes, and let's be honest, our guards will be more trained. Will be better trained than...
Better trained, better armored, better equipped in general, but, well... I am not saying this just for the safety of the town, but also for the psyche of the people. If they believe they can defend themselves, they are much less likely to panic and to run around when they are not.
I completely
That also goes both ways. An armed civilian is more likely to be killed by the bandits than an unarmed one who they'll let go free. You do have to remember, Zane let all those civilians free as long as they did not resist. And those that do resist were killed. My fear is, are we just giving them a shovel to dig their own graves in?
Well, that is
Their
the
choice.
risk. And if you two do not believe that it is worth it, then we will not do it. I am merely offering up a suggestion.
And I'm merely stating the possible issues with it. I'm not opposed to it either. I'm more inclined to this idea than the other. I just want to make sure that the people are made aware of what they're putting themselves into.
Of course.
You know, I'd say we should pass this idea now. Well, I don't mean pass, I mean agree on it, because this is something we've needed to do for a while now. Give them the tools they need to survive out here, you know? This place is cursed. They get attacked all the time by random shit. Forming a militia.
It's definitely.
We should do it. I say we should do it.
And I want to reiterate that this is not something that the townsfolk should have to do every day. Perhaps once a month they receive some rudimentary training. They should not be the ones going out and fighting things. This is merely if something gets in again.
Or just
So,
showing
an
them how
emergency
to defend
situation,
themselves.
militia activation.
Or if they decide to step out to go smell some flowers.
Yes. They can
All
fend
right.
for themselves on those.
So, do we all agree?
Would you like me to present that to them during this town meeting?
Please. And make sure they're well at the risk, you know. Let them know that, you know, there'll be a militia. They won't just be trained, they'll be a part of our task force, you know, and let them know that.
Yes, I think I have something well in mind for how to go about it.
Then I'll leave it to you. All right. Now, final thing.
I literally thought of that on the fly, by the way. I did not. I just like was like, you know what? This might not be a bad idea.
Town, led by Trevor. And I had a chat with them. I conscripted them to work on the gates. They made a door, treated the wood, and set it up under guard supervision. I don't think there were any complaints from the guard, were there?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
None so far. And from what I can tell, the door works. They did a good job. You know, I'm not saying let them in yet, not at all, but they did work for the town, and they are trying. Can we agree on at least paying them for their work?
I think
instead of treating them like slaves.
Supplying them with a place to sleep and a roof to stay under should be sufficient enough for now. They are criminals, and they are due to at least serve some time. And if reconstruction and assisting with repairs is their recompense for the crime they did, as long as it suffices the amount of crime they committed, I think that should be fine to at least alleviate that.
I believe they
However,
were
those that-
to be sent on the farms next. Was that correct?
Aye.
Yes. I do want to iterate, though, though there are those who willingly participated in the slaughter or attacked civilians or even our guards, I think they should be tried accordingly.
We haven't confirmed that, though, yet. None of them have been recognized, although they were wearing the masks. So, truth be told, it would be impossible to tell.
That's why we asked them to come forth with their truths. We're not going to execute them. I'm not suggesting that. It just those that have committed their crimes must atone for their guilt. And if possible, those that are identified. It's likely the ones that participated in this are those that did not turn coat. So it's possible we won't have any of them.
They're most likely sitting
fellows.
still up in that tower of theirs on high on that hill.
You think so?
That would
Well,
be
I
my
believe by now,
assumption.
If any of the turncoats were going to do something, they'd have tried to do it by now.
Nothing's confirmed yet. But I think you're right there. I agree with you, Commander. I agree with you on that. Their payment is not going straight to jail. Their payment is being able to live outside our walls. I'll give them that. It is just gonna wait and see. There's only about, 8 of them?
Have they taken those damn hoods off yet?
I made them.
Good.
They're not allowed to walk in here with those hoods on.
That is at least a start.
Slowly, once they've recompense their actions, then that's when we'll be able to welcome them back into our walls and as part of our society.
All right.
I have a
Then,
suggestion.
how about this? But go on.
They are to work on the farms until it is winter time. I am sure the farms have some barns or some shacks that they can live in. They will be able to grow their own food and hunt their own prey out there. Once winter comes along and the farm is no longer able to function, we can reassess their behaviors and if they are to be let inside of town for the duration of winter.
All right. All right. Then we'll do that.
We'll wait and see.
Is
See
that
if
an
they
agreeable
Repair the farms.
to you as well?
I think that should be sufficient.
I believe that will be multiple months, yes, of fairly hard daily labor. One thing I will say, Mr. Mayor, if they run, if they decide to leave, we let them. If they feel that the job is not something they can do or are willing to do anymore, they leave and they never come back. And if they do return, then there will be strict penalties. But the choice is theirs.
Would you mind if I tell them that?
Please do, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Call it an exile, if you will.
All right. They'll be exiled if they walk away and
don't serve their sentence.
We won't have a repeat of last time. Not like what happened with Zane. That was fucked. Never again. Can we agree on that?
Agreed.
Yes, agreed.
All right.
I love the fact that the Guildmaster just suggests shit and everyone's like, is that good? That's good? That's good? That's good? That's good.
So, table's yours if you have anything to say. Anyone?
Well, out with it, Mr. Sigurd. Apparently you have something to say.
There are a few things. Now that we've had access to the farms, I have, with a few help of some of the other guards, I have recovered the bodies of the fallen. I have done what I could to identify them, and over the past few days I have informed their next of kin.
Have they been buried?
Yes, sir.
Good.
As with the weapons we have recovered from the bandits, I would like to formally request that we put them, barring any inspection, I'd like to formally request that we put them in the guard armory, so that way we have them on hand should we need them.
Yes, it should be appropriate.
I believe these were silvered and golded weapons as well. They may prove useful in the future against less human enemies.
Yes, if I remember reading correctly, there are some creatures that we have spotted that are weak to, I believe it was silver. It would help us defend anyone outside the walls as well, should an emergency arise. And I would also like to put in a request. With the guard morale being low, I would like to put in a request for a guard dog of sorts. Guard dog essentially would raise morale, keep a smile on everyone's face, And I believe the dog would also help us in case a stealthy intruder gets past our walls, or should we have to go looking for them again.
Well, let's discuss it then. One thing. I personally see no problem with it as long as that dog is trained. It's a guard dog. It better do its fucking job.
I brought it up and talked about it with some of the other guards, and I believe Samantha mentioned helping me train it. Should we get one?
It'll have to be trained young, Sig.
Yes, I know.
All right. Well, what do you think? You're the commander.
Guard dogs were definitely utilized in my former post as a key feature for identifying dangerous drugs, anything that may be snuck into the city, as well as figuring out criminals based on scent. I think it'd be a very useful tool, especially considering the forms of conflict and issues that we've been facing. And of course, the morale boost would definitely be agreeable.
Perhaps do our local cafe owner a favor and let them know.
Of course. Yes, that may cause some issues.
Oh, if it's trained. Those damn things are trained around small animals just the same as
What's up,
big
Johnny
things.
Quarters?
At least it should be. It's part of their training.
It depends on the type of dog we get. If we get them formally trained, or if we're planning on training them ourselves, it's a totally different subject. I suggest we get a trained one. If they want a pet dog to train as a guard dog, that may be something a little different of a request.
I would agree. Formally trained guard dog would probably be better, but Samantha seemed like he knew what he was talking about. Should we also wish to go that route?
I believe a formerly trained guard dog will be quite a bit more expensive.
That's true. That's true. If you think Samantha knows what he's talking about, then under supervision from your commander, you'll train this dog. And like I said, it'll have to be young. I've seen dogs before. I know how they're trained. They don't learn when they're older. I don't see a problem with it, but you just have to make sure that it's trained. All right.
Yes, sir.
If that thing runs around town and shits in the fountain, it's gone. That's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't let it do that, sir.
All right. Well, I don't see a problem with it. Anyone else?
I'm okay with this.
All right. So be it. Anything else, Sigurd?
Lastly, and my apologies for bringing so many things. The complaint from Gilliam. Apparently, there have been citizens approaching him about dairy. And he is very, very not pleased. He just wants it to stop.
About dairy.
I think he specifically said the roll keeps mentioning cheese to him.
Mr. Sigurd, why do you believe this is a council issue?
He made a complaint, an official complaint. I'm just doing my job, sir.
No, defamation.
We'll deal with it
a
as in the guard position then. There's no need to bring it forward in a council meeting.
My apologies.
I'll address it. I'll address it.
He made a specific request, and I'm just.
Now, good point. At the same time, he is my right-hand man. He does work directly under me and helps me out quite a bit. It wouldn't be right if I didn't at least see what the problem was, so I will look into it. And if I can't get a solution, then I'll come to you. All right?
Very well.
All right. So be it. It's all right.
Is it like, oh, he's mentioning cheese around me. That's not a council issue. Get out of here.
Just says, like I said, we have had a lot of people kind of trapped up in the walls. If we could try to let them know that it is safe to go back out so they can do their jobs, pick their herbs, and even if they just want to go have a picnic or something, it would probably help a lot with the general mood of the town, because they have been kind of, for a little bit, even literally stuck in these walls.
Yes, by the way, sorry, one more thing. Do you know how many months of food we have in store now after what the bandits brought in, the supplies they have?
So, from what I heard, somebody had checked them in case they were tampered with. They were all clean. So, accounting for all of that, and assuming we definitely need to still smoke and, salt and store the meat properly, should be 3 months-ish.
We need those farms. Alright, go on.
I did see a lot of rabbits running around. Perhaps this might be a good opportunity to do the hunting competition that we discussed before.
If you're here, Uzu, they're about to go hunting
Bring people's
rabbits.
spirits back up and giving them opportunity to get out of the city walls and hunt some game.
You heard him.
Get some food for the town as well.
Rabbit hunting time.
That's risky. I'd like to let them do that, but that's risky. There's still so much out there.
Open season on rabbits.
Oh, Zane's still out there too.
Should they eat it all?
Should at
I'm
least-
sure they will. They will.
We
Yeah,
could send a
at least
patrol
plan it ahead
just
of time.
around the outside of the walls. Just
Set
to
up a
double check
perimeter.
things
We could
first.
set up a perimeter, yes.
Yeah, using
How about this?
outposts,
Once we've established that the outposts are secure and have our guards stationary there, we'll put an area for them to hunt in that we have secured. As long as they stay within those bounds, that could be our hunting place for the competition. What is that? What about that?
We need to take control of those outposts around the town. Position a guard or two in each of them. And if we can do that without problem, and we can establish that perimeter, then yes.
I can agree with that.
I'll see to it that that's our top priority for today, as we can't really get farther with the gate repairs.
So be it. Right, so I am going to work on finding some people to take a look at those gates, specifically the east gate, the one with the stone problem. I'll ask some help if any of you happen to find someone who works on stone or portcullises, and I'd take the help. But that's what I'm going to look into today. I think that concludes our meeting.
Very well. I believe it is time to inform the town of some of these things, yes?
Aye, that it is.
Very good.
The militia, and the fact that it's
Probably safe to leave.
What I would say is nobody should
least if they stay
go
within sight of the
far
walls.
enough to leave the sight of the town. Or perhaps earshot of the town.
Earshot. Earshot. Alright. Alright.
things have calmed down.
If you require assistance in training this militia, please do let me know as well.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Let's go
Doctor.
check this out regardless.
Mr. Samuel? Mrs. Samuel?
Yes, Guildmaster.
In the same vein that we form a militia, perhaps you would wish to find a few who can do some triage, some battle medicine. I know you have capable hands.
I would like to pick up that.
But it may not be a bad idea to both. Yes. Simple covering of wounds, setting of bones. Nothing too stringent or complicated.
We could also include this as part of the militia training if for those who particularly want to help in the militia, but more so in the aiding of the injured. That could be an idea.
Very well. Look at this, look at this, look at this. The Guildmaster gets back in town and suddenly everything's starting to flow again. Everything's starting to shake things and get organized. Look at this, look at me, look at me, look at me getting to the point and getting shit done. This is how a town functions. Totally not by one guy telling everyone else to do. Yep, no, not whatsoever. Good times, good times.
Hi. Good morning, Guildmaster.
Good morning.
Hello, Guildmaster.
Excuse me.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Javier.
Yes, Guildmaster.
You may receive the morning meeting notes from Mr. William once today's meeting is done.
Sure.
This is the Adventurer Guildmaster.
Right.
Usually inside, so if you have any questions, just let them know.
Of course.
Mr. Samuel.
Yes, Guildmaster.
Perhaps you can fix Mr. Mayer's bonitis.
Bonitis.
Yes, he seems to be collapsing on himself today. Not sure if there's a cure, but it would be his only regret. Not fixing bonitis. I'm not gonna let that joke go because I love Futurama.
Where is he?
Every now and again.
The mayor, yes.
Yeah, there he goes.
Oh boy.
That would be what I'm referring to, Mr. Samuel.
I see.
Damn it!
Fuck!
Good times. I'm apparently lagging out. Did I just crash?
Okay.
No, okay, we're good.
Fix it, so I'm going to...
Thank you, sir.
Wow.
I believe I saw it happen to Mr. Allen, too. I am hoping it is not a contagious thing.
In my experience, it usually isn't. It just tends to happen from time to time.
I hope you're all feeling as good as I am, because I feel great. My spine is in line today, and if you see it go out of line, please be sure to let me know. Now, first things first. The areas around our town have noticeably lessened in danger. Those of you who felt cooped up in this damn place behind these damn walls might be happy to know that you're safe to leave the walls. Although I do recommend you stay maybe within earshot, just in case something happens. We're going to be sending out patrols. We're going to be establishing perimeters to reinstate the safety around this town, because we need those forests, and I'm sure you want to leave too, so we're getting to work on that. Now the commander has something to say. I will give it to you.
Thank you, Mayor. As the mayor mentioned, the town should be a little more secure, and we will have patrols going around and establishing a perimeter around the town. If you feel that you need extra security, just let us know, and we'll see if we may be able to provide that. But on another note, after recent events, we have decided to offer an opportunity to...
Did they just walk a horse through my establishment?
If those are...
They did. I think you might want to place that up, maybe?
Yes, sir, they did.
Unless you want me to, I can.
No, you go ahead.
first aid and such, as well as just simple weapon training to allow people to partake in this. These will be events that will take place once a month, and food will be provided for those who participate.
Do you want to go outside the walls, actually? Want to go on our little adventure? No one could stop us. They're in a meeting.
What exactly makes you think you can clomp a horse through my establishment?
He has bad vocals. It was a very traumatic experience for him. Yeah, he was forced onto the horse by some...
I believe you have not answered my question. Why was this horse going through my establishment?
I wanted a drink. We were getting it a drink. That's a good story. It's a good story. It's a great story.
Sorry, sir.
Mr. Sir, it was all my idea. It wasn't Yuki's at all.
No, it's fine.
No, it's good.
The horse was a little hard for me to handle, sir. Won't happen again.
If I see that indoors again, I will throw you off the wall myself. Is that understood?
You don't need a friend now, but okay.
Trying times.
Trying times.
Do not sass me. We fucking taking a horse through the goddamn tavern? Are they giving me shit about it? Fuck off.
Yes, sir. The slums were almost completely destroyed. Burned down.
When can we start rebuilding the farms?
Our new neighbors will be assisting us with that. They're going to be conscripted to begin working on repairing not only the farms, but also the slums. To repair the damages that they and their group so heavily sowed upon us. They will be repaired. I'll make sure of it. Your question, sir.
Yeah, how long do you think until the, well, at least get a gate door on the east gate, I believe it was? One of the gates still not.
That's a good point, actually. I meant to bring this up. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Now that I have you all here, I need to ask if anyone has any connections or is a stonemason. The rim of the door, of the gate, if you will, is made of stone. We cannot reattach the doors until this stone is repaired. If anyone here is willing to work under the town, you will be paid to repair this door frame, if you will, then please come to me after the meeting.
Pulling a horse through my goddamn
Any more questions?
guild. Oh, hell no.
I don't think so. Well, in that case, we will conclude this meeting if our council members have nothing else to say. And I don't think so. Then this meeting is concluded. Thank you for your time. You're free to go.
Yes, sir.
It's fine. We can relay the information. I'll go grab
Huh?
I have a question.
Yes.
Will there be any more baptisms?
Well, Mr. Thomas,
Anyone who has sinned, bring them to me.
are you about to ready?
Thank you,
Whenever
miss.
you're ready.
I appreciate it.
Very well, I
As soon
will.
as your adventurers are fine, I will be, I'll wait by the fountain. You can just send them to me and I will be ready.
Yes, of
Very
course.
well.
Have you seen Sam?
Well, you know, but did you see it happen?
The east gate as it is wide open. But we will be sending you all out to secure these small outposts for our own uses. When you are ready to gather your supplies and such, do so. If you have any questions, let me know now. Where is Barry, by the way?
I have a.
He was on a horse.
Yes. Do you mind if I grab you for a moment?
Yes.
All right.
You're Guard Barry, and I believe you're now ex-Guard Barry, for some reason decided to ride a horse through this establishment. When I asked why, they decided to try to be cute about it. Now I have let the guards have their fun, and I don't care if they have their fun, but the moment that they do something stupid like that, and then decide that they would rather be sassy than answer the question, and perhaps apologize, that is the moment that I get, irate.
I will address this personally right away. Thank you for bringing this to my attention.
Of course. Please, back to your guardsmen. There's only so much bullshit I'm gonna let Barry pull!
We also should inform Miss Prim about
Oh, I hope Yuki comes back and pretends to be an
When
adventurer
I am done
now.
with them, they will understand to attack only when told to.
I told you.
I hope so.
Mr. Rick,
Guildmaster, I actually wanted to talk to you.
And if they misbehave,
do you mind if I seek you out in a
Someone,
few minutes, Mr. Rick? I have an adventuring group to send off.
It's lucky, actually.
Alright, sure.
And we'll find you in a few minutes. If you wish to stay here, I will be
Probably
right
stick
back.
around here.
Of course, Mr.
Alright,
Rick.
see you soon.
What do you want to do?
I don't know. Go eat somewhere. I don't know. Go for a walk by moonlight. You know, there's plenty of things to be done. You're very good at this.
Wait, 1 second.
Lovely weather, Mohammed, huh?
Just give me the name, Vivi.
Dog?
Fair enough. You know, out of all things, I
Okay.
thought you would have just run away.
No, not really. I've gotta, do stuff today, so.
You're getting braver, at least.
So,
It's a good thing.
it was just a glimpse of the
Yeah.
other night, but it looks like
Speaking of things to do today,
around the hilt, there was something like. No, it couldn't have been, but.
are you prepared?
Yeah, I got, UU, Lance, and, I know Adela is not a part of the Adventurous, but I know he does have combat experience in case something does arise.
Miss Vivi, I said 3. That included you. If Mr. Dalla wishes to join you, he will be doing so of his own accord and without pay.
Yeah.
Very well. Please gather your party.
Okay.
The quality of the leather or the sword.
The sword hilt has bite marks on it. I thought I saw that.
Did he question him about the sword?
Maybe we should get him a handkerchief.
I was mostly just
I'm just gonna like spread it under the table, be like, hey, look, do I need this?
Because when I
We
walked
could give
up,
it to him
it was
before the
you
date
two
so that she
and
doesn't
him.
accidentally get an idea of you rubbing
Have you
his
seen Mr.
thigh.
Bucket?
Oh no, not me too.
We have new information.
Yeah, you see, this is why I'm here. I can see that shit ahead of time. I have no idea. Oh, there he is up there. Oh, no, that's Samantha. Or is it? It has a little. No, that's the mayor.
Have you seen Mr. Buckethead?
Who is Mr. Buckethead?
People are so far away, it's just like.
He's the guy going around with the bucket on his head.
The mayor's hat, or is it someone's shirt? I don't know.
I believe you're referring to Mr. Gilliam, as I saw him with a bucket on his head at the meeting. No, I have not.
I'd love to show you.
I would love.
Where is he?
Let's just.
Yes.
Let us.
When?
When? I want to show y'all Doria.
Sounds good. I'll hold you to that.
Just, when you're ready for it.
Okay, so Lance just pulled out last minute.
Do you have
However,
anybody else
I'm
then?
talking to Samantha.
I don't believe Samantha is a registered part of the guild.
He is not. There is no other adventurers really, except for are they part of it? They are, aren't they? Hang on.
I do hope you do not mind, Mr. Samantha, but you are in fact a part of the guardsmen and not the guild.
Yes, quite. I know the routine. I just thought that it was a request personally.
It is a matter of how things work, Mr. Samantha. Guild rules and all that.
Yes, personal business in regards to your organization. I understand.
Samantha, I'm sorry. You can stay here.
It's perfectly understandable.
I'm sorry.
Just as long as you keep yourself safe, that is all that matters to me.
I will.
Well, have a good day.
I apologize for interrupting. Please save the conversation. Hello?
We're gathering now.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna do an escort thingy.
Okay. Take care.
You gotta go.
It shouldn't be dangerous, but you never know with this town.
That's very true, but at the same time.
No, you will. I'll make sure of it. Wait a minute, are this a full elf party? Yo!
Pardon me.
We don't have to slow down! We can move it! Wait a minute, what's the tap? Wait a minute, hold on.
It's Thomas. With the escort, Thomas.
I'm waiting.
Damn it.
It's okay, don't worry about it. We should really go.
You know what? We should just like run together sometime. Like just like run through the woods.
Yes. A race. There we go.
American.
A race, yes.
I mean, we're kind of all the same speed.
Well, you never know.
Can they come over here?
I guess I would know the woods better.
You would know this woods pretty well, but I am also an adventurer, and I've been pretty familiar with this place. I'm also a world wanderer.
Like every moment this is going on, I am judging Vivi.
Yes, I've been to the Whispering Woods.
This is going to be a kind of a test run with her.
I partied with orcs before.
Here. Oh! There's a few places I don't remember.
Yes.
I know I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I hate this conversation stuff. I don't want to, you know.
Yeah, it's fair.
Waiting.
There's more elves joined up right now than there ever has been in the whole. Just all over the place.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Gotta find
Oh.
Yes.
Next time you were to assemble your party, Miss Vivi, I did not mean stand around and chatter.
I'm unsure of what happened to the
Yes, sorry.
Miss Yvelin and Miss Yuli, may I speak to you for a moment?
Sure.
Yeah.
Out the east gate.
This is a manner of a test for Miss Vivi, and I will be harder on her than usual. She is new, and I wish to see how she is capable of leading a group. Thus, when you're out there, you are to leave decisions to her. Of course, if there is something that is catastrophically wrong, please do step in. I trust the two of you to be able to steer her away from terrible things. But for the most part, I wish for her to lead this party as much as possible, and when we are done and back safe, I would like report on how they did. Is this an agreeable situation to the two of you? I will increase both of your pays myself.
Well, I was already going to do it, but absolutely now, yes.
Good. Now then, your mission will be simple. It is to escort Mr. Thomas around. Whatever he wants to look at, he wants to do some sort of topographical study, but we will continue the rest of this with Mr. Thomas himself.
Let's go.
As in, assemble. That's Sam.
Should probably hit to the east gate now. Has
If you
anyone
see
seen
Tell him I need him,
Belinda?
'cause I'm going to be checking out outside.
Miss Vivi,
Going outside all of a sudden.
Yes.
did you see where Mr. Thomas disappeared to?
What caused your bad
Hey
day,
there?
friend?
I will gather
Anything I can
him.
do to help?
I just found
I
out.
almost want to call you YY today.
Are you ready, Mr. Thomas?
Just about. I'm trying to find our little letter-giving friend, so I can just give her something before I go.
I have not seen her since the morning. If you wish to drop this off at the guild, I can have her pick it up the next time she is there.
I understood.
Thank you.
That will be fine by you.
Come along, Mr. Thomas.
I mean, technically, if you pronounce my name wrong, it's Julie.
It's
Mr. Thomas, this is Miss Vivi. She'll be leading your expedition. I think you are acquainted with most of everyone here. And I believe Mr.
Yes,
Adala has taken it upon himself to join this merry little band. Is that correct?
I want to take a look at the roads myself so I can do my own shit.
You do understand
Understood.
that our focus will be keeping Mr. Thomas safe, and you will not be paid for this.
I can look after myself.
Very good.
I believe Mr. Javier said that he might like to come as well, just to go out for a little walk. Not for a pay, but just to come by. If you'll see him in the next couple of minutes, we are going out Southgate.
I will leave that to you, Miss Vivi, whether or not you wish to delay this expedition for Mr. Javier, or if you wish to depart now. From now on, this expedition is yours to lead, and I expect a report when you are done, at which time you will receive your pay.
Yes, sir.
Good luck to you all, Mr. Rick. I believe we had business.
I'm going
Yeah.
to say no to delaying the mission.
It wasn't like any crazy private business or anything like that.
That is quite all right, Mr. Rick. Please do enter.
All right. All right. I wanted to ask about joining the Adventurous Guild. Are there any like special requirements or expectations of anyone that joins the guild?
I'm surprised, Mr. Rick. I thought you had your own business.
Well, sometimes business is slow. There isn't exactly always a rat plague in town, now is there? If there was, well, I wouldn't get paid, and I would be bad at my job now, wouldn't I?
Mr. Rick, if you do this, well, I will have to hold you to a slightly different standard. I hope you understand what I mean.
I suppose so.
If they are willing to agree to these terms, where you have to be a little bit more, let's just say, upright, then I do not believe that we would have a problem. But it is also certain that if I catch you doing certain activities, things will not go well for you.
Right. I might need to better understand exactly what certain activities will get me in trouble, so to speak.
I believe, Mr. Rick, that you have a penchant for getting things in and out of towns that otherwise might not make it past the guards.
Well, thankfully I do. Otherwise, things might not have gone so smoothly during the siege, and not every townie would have been evacuated perfectly.
That is why, Mr. Rick, I am quite all right with who you are and what you do. Unfortunately, if you work under my name and my guild, this reflects upon me.
Right.
Now, I believe your slipperiness could be of use in the Adventurers Guild. I do not think you would have no value, but, well, all I am saying, Mr. Rick, is if you would have continued your other activities as well, and you do get caught, I cannot be as persuaded to speak on your behalf.
Tragic. Well, nothing I do really comes at a detriment to the townsfolk. I hope something of the nature of a misdemeanor wouldn't be catastrophic.
Of course not, Mr. Rick. I would not simply execute you. But, well, being kicked out of the guild is the very least that would happen.
Right. I think these are fair enough terms. If things change later, I assume I can always quit the guild.
Of course, Mr. Rick, if you are needed elsewhere or if business picks up, I am more than willing to strike your name from the books and let you return to what it is you do.
Sounds like we have a deal then. Now,
Very well,
as
Mr.
per
Rick.
what a normal person might request or be known for, are there any special expectations for guild members? Like, do we need to do something in case of X?
Not at all, Mr. Rick. You will start at the rank of novice, as all other adventurers do. You will have a chance to have this raise up to higher levels the more it is that you... Well, the more quests you complete and the more valuable you are on such quests. For now, you will be free to take any quests or go on to any parties that require members. And there will be quests posted. It will be up to you to take one on and gather a party. There are times when the town will have special requests, such as expeditions into the crypt that we have done before, in which case the town will be the one paying you. Either way, you do the quest, you do it well, you complete it, you get your reward. The other perks that you will receive with guild membership is a discount at both the blacksmith, the potion seller, and the tanner for equipment, in which you will have a discount on both rentals or purchasing. And in higher ranks, Mr. Rick, if you so choose to stick around, you may even be able to travel to other cities and stay at inns for free.
Huh. That's mighty useful. And it sounds good too. I was just asking about ordering some armor. Hope those discounts can apply immediately to that.
Yes, of course. Take this. Emblem of the guild. Mr. Rick, these are magically enchanted. If you do try to copy it, they will explode.
Oh. Good to know.
Alright. It was a problem in the past, Mr. Rick. The guild decided to do something about it.
I can see that, what with all the perks you get.
Very well, Mr. Rick, welcome aboard. I do hope you find some quests to go on. It is a shame I did not hear of it before, as I just sent a party out for a slight escort mission. But if something arises the rest of the day, I will be sure to let you know.
Alright then. Sounds good. Pleasure to do business with you.
Of course, Mr. Rick. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
You too.
Gotta go to the early tonight. All right, take care, David. Thanks for the help banning the few idiot bots. All right. Well, I mean, that's most of the things that I need to get done today. I do need to wait for the adventure party to come back. Oh, you know what? Let me make sure Conf knows. That they went on this thing.
Alright, which way? Alright, I'll go find him.
Hey, Conf, you there?
What they find?
Yes, what's up?
Just making sure that you know that there was an adventuring party that went out.
There's also an
yeah.
adventure party that we saw as well.
Yeah, they just went out with Thomas and a few others.
Mm-hmm.
It's mostly just a scouting thing. They're not going into the crypt or anything.
Yeah, what's up with that other thing now?
All right.
Still looking for Barry and Yuki. Have you seen them walking by at all?
I have not. The last time I saw them and that stupid horse, they were on top next to the keep.
Alright, I'll keep looking then. Thank you.
There's a possibility that the horse just went. They just like accidentally went through there, or they spawned somewhere.
Hello. I was waving. What? What do you mean what's wrong with me?
You got a weird stain on your jacket.
What? Where?
Pretty bad.
Right there.
What? Ah!
Are you alright? He hurt you.
Yes. You hurt me.
What did he do to you?
He said I had something on my jacket and they hit my nose.
What is that on your jacket?
I don't know. What is it?
You know, I think I conspired with God when I disappeared. He brought me up to the heavens.
I feel like cost.
Yeah, you notice how I'm not freaking out anymore. You notice how I'm schmiving.
I feel assaulted in the
They
cross.
could be a fucking big smooth
Schmovin' man!
I can't even trust the officials of the town.
So, anyone left in chat? Still awake? Still alive? Anybody have questions about anything? About roleplay? About the Guildmaster? About Cari Town? About Jamie? About Ascension? Or just life in general? Feel free to ask. Now's the time. Or everyone could be gone. That is a very big potential as well. Cari Town is not quite the draw that Ascension is. That's okay.
Hello.
Good day. Well, what do you say the damage is?
Oh, it's not pretty. I wasn't here for any of it, so I guess I should count my blessings.
Neither was I.
It's fixable.
Yes.
For the moment, I'm just trying to get a bit of mortar to cover some of the holes that are a bit smaller. I might need to actually grab some small, gravel of sorts to make it a bit more proper where the larger holes are, but otherwise, it's fixable. I already talked to the mayor that perhaps we'll put new hinges on. They should probably try to stay clear of the areas I fix. That's not to try and impound them early on while they're still setting.
Good call.
Are we putting up a different type of door, or is it going to be the same, I imagine?
I would assume we'll try to keep it as similar as possible to our current ones. It will be a little bit harder to reshape the entire thing.
Aye, it's more of a concern if one of them things, whatever it was, shows up again, I suppose.
I only heard about it. It was, supposedly incredibly large and incredibly strong. I doubt that many walls or doors could have kept it out.
Aye, that's fair, I suppose. I suppose I'd have to have been there firsthand to tell for sure whether it'd be enough or not.
Yes.
According to what the mayor said, it was as big as the tree back here, but...
Exaggerations do happen, but I am sure that, well, from what I was told, there was also, before that thing showed up, multiple waves of assaults on this as well. That most likely weakened the structure to begin with.
I heard about the bandits. I did hear about that.
Yes. There were all sorts of fantastical sounding beings attacking the walls. We live in a dangerous time and a dangerous place.
Well, hopefully perhaps the next time something equally as dangerous happens, we'll be more prepared after, well, surviving it firsthand.
We are making plans, as many as we can. Is why that militia announcement.
Offer assistance with some of the defense and whatnot. I am planning on joining that.
Excellent. All we can do is hope we are as prepared as can be. And the rest,
The
well,
sooner we get the door up, the better then.
yes. The rest is up to hopes and prayers.
Aye.
Thank you for your service on the door.
Oh no, aye, of course. If I'm gonna be living here, I plan on making sure it's safe.
Let's skip Miss Belinda's place. I think there's too much of a reason for me to go there. I was gonna pop and say hi, but I don't know if there was too much of a reason to inquire about things. Let's turn the music up a little bit. Oh, calling. All right. Why am I floating? We got a bunch of the guards down there. Whee! I was wondering if anyone was gonna look up.
Alright, let's go.
Don't do that
Let's go
again. That was
train
very
like the
mean.
keys so we don't hit anyone. What?
That's like a good idea.
You hit my
Personal president in there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just saw the mayor do it to my father.
Slow day, Mr. Strauss.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been a slow week.
Hmm.
Well, given what has happened, so it's okay. I'll keep my goods out for anyone interested in buying anything. And if sell something, if not, oh well.
Hopefully, now that the town has restored some order, some, well, traffic will start flowing back in here.
That's what I'm banking on, Guildmaster.
And I would not be surprised if the town will require some extra tools to assist on the farm.
Of course. Well, if they need anything, just
send him my way, and I can help him out with it.
Of course, Mr. Strauss. And good luck to you.
You as well, sir.
Got really loud suddenly. Alright, I think I might take a quick break to go to the bathroom.
Well, he's just having his hand. His hand was down here, and I've seen the situations like that before, where they've asked that, and then they put your hand on the shoulder, and it's like it's a moment of. I feel like it's a comedic moment. It's one of those things of novels.
Alright, I'm going to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh, look who's skipping class. Ooh.
I had to go pee.
Funnily
You
enough.
want me to piss myself, sir?
What'd you say?
Is that what you're gonna make me hold in my pee and I'm gonna piss myself?
Oh, you can bottle and sell that.
What?
Huh. Alright, I'm gonna go do the same thing. So.
Yeah, you get time.
Unfortunately, I can't bottle and sell mine. Nobody's gonna want it.
Oh, that's what you said. Oh my god, that's what you said.
Wait, what'd you think I said?
I have no idea. That's why I was so confused. I didn't realize you
could
said
have. You could have. I don't know. Said. Say that again, and then I would have. Although the jug probably would have been dead by now. So.
This is much more worthy of whatever happened to the joke because I didn't understand.
Alright, good. Now that we've literally beaten this to death, I'm gonna go pee too.
Go take a piss. Have fun.
Have fun taking a piss?
Have fun taking a piss.
I'm not gonna continue this because it'll go into places that'll get both of us banned off Twitch. Alright. I'll be right back, guys.
mischief can I cause?
You know, the weird part to me. What's up?
I feel like everybody's like outside of the town right now. And I can't really leave it.
What, the town?
Yeah.
I mean, you can.
I'm the only guard still there.
Oh, you're fine. Nothing's fucking happening. Literally, nothing's happening.
No. For some reason, my freaking Discord.
Dude, I have no idea where the fuck Barry went off to. Because there's Barry and
Ship's invisible.
yeah, Red and Chips are, Red and Stealth were together, and then I just like I didn't see them after that, so I have no idea where they technically went to, although they may have hopped out to NPC some stuff, so that might be it. I need to click on that. Hmm?
I saw Chips that invisible was just standing around and
Ah. Yeah, I have no idea what he's up to. Ah, there's Conf. There was Conf. Yeah, I mean the people are there's an adventuring party outside of town, so I'm sure they're just doing some shit. I just need to go to the bathroom real quick. But honestly, I don't even know how long I'm gonna stay today, because you know I am getting a little tired. I'll probably stay until like until it starts getting dark, and then probably head out.
like 11.
Yeah, like another hour. I mean, I need to wait. I definitely need to wait until the adventuring party comes back, because I need to take like the report and check how Vivi did and everything. So, all right, I'll hop back in. I'll see you there if you go. If not, have a good night.
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna scoot this back and this all. Yeah, okay, still good, right? Yeah, still looks about right. So there's like something glowing over there, and so from far away, those plants and
You know, they made sure that, hey, don't leave the town. Otherwise, we'll have to be mean to you. And, well, they were mean to us when we tried to...
that thing which stands on the plant from far away looked like the mayor.
Well, and then a few of them turned against the leader guy who was killing some of us. We don't know why he was doing that. But a few of them turned. I heard he just shot a couple people. Even some of his own. He was very weird. It's no wonder they turned against him. And then we left town.
As well as his allies.
I have no idea where the mayor went to. Adventurous is taking a break as well. Well, I mean, technically this is exactly what the Guildmaster wanted. As he said, his dream is to be bored. Because being bored means nothing is going on. Which, you know, is great for a character. It's a terrible, It's terrible for, you know, out of character.
Oh, hey, Guildmaster, how's it going?
I see you are getting a jump on this whole militia thing.
I didn't really want to apply to it, but it made me thinking, you know? I like this. The mayor was teaching me firsthand, but he kind of went to the bathroom.
I see. Well, carry on. I'm not here to stop you.
Thanks.
Yes, all the town that can protect themselves, the better.
That is the hope and the plan, yes.
Those people that will need protecting.
Of course, I do hope that it will not be the first recourse of those who are not fully trained to resort to violence. Hiding and defending oneself is always the preference, but it is not a bad thing to know how to take up in arms and defend yourself and that you care about either.
I agree. I'm gonna hide in the tavern 9 times out of 10. More than likely. Just for a pastime. It's gonna be a hobby of mine.
Weapons in the hand of anybody calm, but takes a lot of knowledge to actually be able to effectively defend yourself against someone trying to kill you.
Yes. It is wise to know one's own strength and that of the strength of that you are facing.
I don't know what I'm facing yet. I'm just facing a dummy right now. I did spar with the mayor earlier. That was something. It's very tall.
Yes.
I wonder where he is. It's taking an awfully long time.
He probably had to, you know, drop a deuce.
Yeah.
They have been dealing with their own case of bonitis today as well.
Yeah, pelvic bonitis.
Yes. Very well. It's good to see some taking an initiative. The mayor will be there because Roach's VR is fucking with him. Okay, I'll let him know. Yes, it is most likely that the mayor will not return for most of the day.
Too bad. I was enjoying the time, but I am enjoying this as well.
Thanks for the heads up, Rojo. Wish him the best for me if he's still online. Hey, I think he'll be fine. You know, I'm sure he would love to stick around, but today's a pretty lax and easygoing day anyway, so you know, not too many things would be missed. Honestly, I think there's a good chance that we're gonna end like the entire session an hour early or so. Ah, crap! I do need to go get that because I don't think there's anybody else to do it. I think that was here.
And everything is on fire. Have you seen that picture? Haven't
Hello
you
down there.
the book on the picture? Hello there.
It's me and Alan.
I assume you are wishing to be let in.
Yes.
Alan and me.
Go around. The door's kind of open.
Yeah, we're wishing to be let in.
Do you carry anything that would be considered contraband?
No, I don't think so. It's myself and Alan contraband. Seems like we can't.
It's myself, a contraband.
You're a contraband.
I don't care if you wear.
My contraband.
You're fine.
That's good. That's good. But that's kind of dumb.
Love contraband.
Careful, Mr. Gilliam.
Gilliam, what are you doing?
Gilliam.
Welcome back to town.
I do hope you are right.
Closing the door again. Oh my.
I guess we're not welcome anymore.
Mr. Gilliam,
Yes.
did you mean to keep them outside?
I didn't touch the gate.
Yeah.
Can we please come in?
That wasn't me. I went nowhere near it.
Thank you.
Am I just been?
I don't dare touch the doors when there's actual people here.
Careful with your gigantic arms, Mr. William.
I was training with the mayor.
It's Gilliam. Thank you. All right.
I'm glad.
I will.
Training with the mayor.
Yeah.
Hi. Where did you find us?
I feel like we lost a lot.
Rabbit?
You didn't miss much. I went to go training with the rapier with the mayor.
I hope you were alright with myself taking control of the gate. I did not know if you were around.
I mean, whatever happened, it was worth it.
Thank you. I was on my way, but appreciate the help.
So what happened out there?
Nothing much.
Alright, fair enough.
Rob's hand.
Yes.
Nice. I'll be like the training. If you want to join me, you can.
Do you wanna go like just beat up people and suplex Claude? Can you teach me how to suplex Claude?
What?
Sure.
More ships are happening.
Nice. Claude, I need your assistance.
All the ships are going on. Everybody's pairing off. Gonna be no love for the Guildmaster. Technically, he's married though, so. Mr. Samuel.
Yes, Guildmaster.
At ease. You mind if I join you?
Feel free.
Mr. Samuel,
Yes.
do you know if the adventurers offer a dental plan for signing up?
I do not believe that there is such a thing.
At the moment, no.
Do not believe there is even a dentist in town. That is reserved for the rich and the noble.
But we have a doctor. They know everything.
Not necessarily, no.
Well, what do you know about
Are you
teeth,
sure?
Mr. Samuel?
You seem
Not
to know
much.
a lot.
Well, I kind of have to.
Hmm.
Does
I'm asking about dental plans.
that rabbit have a blade in its mouth?
That
Again?
rabbit had a knife, a Kama Sutra, and an apple.
One moment.
What? I'm sorry. I was
I've
distracted
seen
by
the
the rabbit.
cats running around with knives before.
Well, that makes
Apparent-
sense because they were trained. But it's a wildlife rabbit.
The mayor declared it illegal for rabbits to carry weapons in town. I was there. I saw it happen right there. He drew his long pointy sword out.
Of course he did.
Mr. Samuel was there too.
Great. Fantastic. Maybe you can ask the rabbits about dental care as well, if they're smart enough to be using knives.
You're right. You sound very crunchy today. Very crunchy.
Are you sure?
It's very crunchy, yes. It's gotten a lot
Lovely.
better now.
There you go.
Is this better?
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
Okay, well, it saddens me that I need to inform him. I need to inform the man there's no dental plan.
You think he even knows what a dental plan means?
No, sir. Do you know who I should report on my discoveries while going to the slums?
You were at the slums.
Yes, with an escort from one of the guards.
I believe that will be mostly either the guard captain or the mayor. But I do regret to inform that I do not believe the mayor is going to be around for the rest of the day, as his case of bonitis has gotten significantly worse.
Understood. Then I should leave a letter of reports to the guard captain once he is done.
Yes, he has been running around. Well, of course, he was just chasing a rabbit, so... Do not believe I have ever received your name.
Oh, my name is Maria de Leon.
A pleasure. I am Guildmaster Oliver Holtby. You may call me Guildmaster or Holtby. Do not call me Oliver.
Guildmaster. Or Mr. Gilby.
I will allow that this once.
I'm going to find the guy.
Get a girlfriend? Oh, he's married? Yeah. He has his entire family back in Roderick.
Feel free. Actually, I'll come with you.
What the status of that marriage is? That's an entirely different question.
He just was here.
Also, what's up, B?
Thank you, Guildmaster. I hope you have a wonderful day.
And you as well.
Pardon me, lot.
Is he, Considering on how far he is from his family, does that mean he is still well off with them? Are they on the outs? Is he here to get away from the family that he thinks hates him? Or is he here to help the family who he loves? These are all good questions.
Yes.
exams or know how to get
take a look, do my best shot, but no.
I think he says I'm a doctor, not an eye doctor.
No, he's good. Here, Mr. Samuel, come and check on him.
If somebody were to hit on him, what would the Guildmaster do? Would he say, I'm married? Even though that technically is on the wrong finger.
What are they doing? Hibernating?
Or would he be like, bring it on, sister? Who knows?
One was just grabbing a teapot.
Rather unusual collection of objects, though, to be hoarding.
Well, I understood the newspaper because they need to build.
I was hoping to have a chat with the doctor, but that ain't happening. I think I know what they were talking about, the scratching with the microphone, by the way. I was adjusting it and it was batting it by accident. But also, like, could you imagine, like, dating or being married to the Guildmaster? Yes. Move a little to the left. That's better. You know what it reminds me of? If you guys seen Office Space, where he has that scene where he thinks of Bill banging Jennifer Aniston. That's the scene that pops into my mind.
I wish I had telekinesis as well, actually. It would help me in my life. I think Gilliam's blind.
I think he's blind too.
I think the bucket wasn't hampering him nearly as much.
Yes. Look at that ass, baby. Shake it for me. just doing any line in the Guildmaster voice just makes it so much funnier. Would you like one scoop or two? Yes. I would like a #2 value meal with extra sauce, and a large Coke. Oh, God. The things we do to amuse ourselves. What the fuck happened to them? They alright? I'm trying to be stealthy, but the collapse of my axe cheeks keeps alerting the guards. I think I've actually done that one before. It's also very fun delivering jokes in general. Who's even still on? Like, how many people are actually still even? Red is still here. 1, 2. Actually, I guess I can just go to Worlds, right? That's 36 people. Significantly more than I expected. I thought there was only like 15, 20 people here at most. Looks like there's about double of that. 36 people, and I have no idea where the fuck any of them are. I did hear Leggett earlier talking about that he was going to try to see about joining the guild, so, you know. It's glad that I was able to think of kind of some stipulations about what happens. Like, he can't quite continue his semi-smuggling illegal black market activities and be under my protection at the same time if he's also a guild member. Like, if, like, you know, if he's working for me kind of undercover, like the way that we have had it before, then it's one thing. Because he can fall back on, well, the Guildmaster asked me to do so, and the Guildmaster would, you know, smooth things over as a council member. Maybe be like, I'll have to have a talk with him just to make sure that he doesn't do bad stuff anymore. But, you know, it was a trade-off. Like, you do the things I ask you to do, and I'll pay you, and you can, you know, I'll make sure that you have some coverage. But if he's also going to try to be a guild member, I can't just... You can't allow that to sully the guild's reputation. That's a pretty good job of pulling some stuff up on the fly, though. Most of my suggestions at the council meeting. What the fuck is that thing carrying?
Wait, something to do tonight. We'll be taking a moment to at least nap a little.
They got some pretty good ideas in the council meeting.
If you need me, just let me know. Or you know how to call us.
You got it. I'll let you know.
Enjoy your date with the villain.
Thank you. I will. Probably. Okay, I understand, okay?
I was hoping he would come back here. So she's just hanging out over there. That guy's just hanging out there. I'm just hanging out here. Chips is in the middle of all of this for some fucking reason. Sitting around. Invisible. I think I'll go grab the piece of food for the Guildmaster. Might as well do something. What?
Lord, Guildmaster,
Yes.
have you seen any of the guards?
I believe most of them are outside of the walls, exploring and seeing about taking over some of the encampments the bandits left behind. Why?
Ah, I see. Okay, we were just curious. We were looking for some of them.
They are doing their jobs.
We'll just wait for them to get back. Thank you.
Of course.
Little one, quite alright.
Huh?
Just a rabbit has been behaving strangely.
Uzu, why are the rabbits in this town crazy? Other than the fact that it's Cari town. Tell me right now. You tell me right now, Uzu. What does it mean, Uzu? What does it mean? Double rainbow. What does it mean? Gonna take Alan's book. Teach him a lesson about taking people's books like he did once, long time ago. Kinda just want like a piece of toast. Is there just a piece of toast? There's a loaf of bread. Dude, I'm actually hungry. Is it no just toast? Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, toast. There it is. You know, we're gonna have to eat sparingly. Food's only gonna last for 3 more months, and then it's gonna be winter, and we're gonna be fucked! Yay! Being fucked! I love it! Woo!
Guildmaster, we're back.
Welcome back. Do you have a report?
Do you want it written down, or would you like me to say it?
Well, let me hear, just from our client, just to make sure they are satisfied with the service provided.
Yes. Perfectly fine. I believe any longer outside in sunset will become upon us, and it's probably not that safe. So
very good call.
Ending a little bit early is better than anything dangerous.
Of course. Miss Meavy, Miss Yu, and Miss Julie, come on inside. I will give you your rewards.
Right.
Hmm.
At least that was full of cushion.
Let me do some quick calculations. I believe each of you will be getting 66 silver. There you are. For you. For you. And for you. Miss Vivi, I will talk to you in my office. Miss Yu and Miss Yuli, I will confer with you two later on about what we talked about. If you wish to stick around for a few minutes.
Sure. I can wait.
Yeah.
Right this way.
I don't know about you, but
Go on in. Well then, anything to note outside, Miss Vivi? Did you encounter anything?
We noticed the lack of presence of animals, but we assumed maybe because of the with everything that has happened in the past couple days and weeks. We also know that there is a bandit outpost that is, I can't think where it is now. To believe it's a little bit out south. It's near the farms. But apparently we were told that it was occupied, so we avoided that area as much as we could.
Good
It's near
call.
the slums, that was it. We also discovered a bandit camp that looked abandoned at the time. We did not go in, however, me, Adala, and Yu went onto the outside and we had a quick look in. There was nobody in there, however, when we went to go around it, we did see I think Sig's little guard go in to the thing, so we assumed that it is actually abandoned.
Yes, there were a few encampments that the guards are planning to take over as forward posts.
I believe that is it, other than we went to the farms. We also went to the Dale as well. Nothing to be reported really there. So.
Now, when you say that you did not see animals about, are we talking about just wild game, or were things like birds missing as well?
Yeah, we noticed that there has been a severe lack in animals that were present at the time. We put it down to possibly like the bandit situation that we had, scaring them off, and possibly the bandit outpost could be a possibility, but I'm unsure.
Very well. I'll make a note of that and keep track of it. Thank you, Miss Vivi. You encountered no combat then, I assume?
No combat.
And did Mr. Thomas get what he needed out of the entire thing?
I believe he did, yes.
Very well, Miss Vivi. Thank you very much. I will have noted this all down. That will be all. Please do send Miss Yu and Miss Julie up. I will wish to speak with them for a moment.
Thank you, Guildmaster.
And congratulations on finishing your first quest. Congratulations on finishing your first quest.
Thank you, sir. I'll let them up now.
low on. Well then, for the both of you, sounds like you had a rather uneventful time.
Very uneventful, actually. Beyond Barry showing up.
Strange thing, literally nothing.
Where?
Farm was when we ran into them.
Yeah, a little before the farm.
That is extremely
There was a bunch of guards doing
suspicious.
There
Was
was a lot
Barry
of
with the
doing,
guards?
patrols. They might have gone separate from them because there was guards doing patrols, 2 different ones. Maria was being escorted by a guard, and then there was like a different guard patrol by Sig to one of the bandit outposts.
I was
I'd
very
watch
curious.
The checkpoints they made.
Barry decided that it would be a smart idea to ride a horse through my tavern. And then, when confronted about it, they decided to sass. Was not pleased. I told the guard captain, and the guard captain suddenly couldn't find them. So I am very curious about how they ended up outside if the guard captain did not know where they were.
Well, they were out in the middle of nowhere. It's definitely possible.
Very curious.
And Barry has a gate key, so they could have just walked out with the horse, and when they're on a horse, they're going fast.
Yes, but they were not
Sigurd was on foot.
ordered to be outside. Or perhaps they were. I will have to confer with the guard captain. Regardless, that is not what I have asked you here for. What I have asked you here for is to assess Miss Vivi's capabilities. I do know that you did not encounter any combat situations, but how were they elsewise? Were they organized? Were they decisive? Were they able to lead the
I'll
group?
let you go. And then I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, in the beginning, they didn't really. They kept apologizing about not being good at leadership and obviously all the normal things, but at first they weren't very decisive. Had to give some of the other ones, or other ones that came with us, gave her pointers, which the moment she got the pointers, she caught on pretty quickly, started putting us where we should be. Though one thing is, she never asked what each of us could do specifically, or where we like to be positioned. So, she kind of just put us where our weapons would fit, which works, but some people don't go where their weapons fit. The only other thing is she isn't very decisive, but I think that's an easy fix.
That will most likely take some amount of experience. And did she pay attention to Mr. Thomas and his well-being the entire time?
Yeah.
Good. That was your objective. I'm making sure that she was able to recognize that that was the important part of this. And your assessment?
She did do a good job at that.
Good.
Genuine question. Were they supposed to be genuinely the person that we were escorting, Thomas? Were they supposed to were they in on this, or were they just doing their own thing?
Absolutely not. They came to me and wished to
Wow.
put this entire thing in. I took advantage of the situation, as I figured it would be a somewhat simpler of a task. If Mr. Thomas had requested to be put in the crypts, I would not have put Miss Vivi up to this. In fact, I most likely would not have sent her at all, as I think that would have been out of
Got
her
it.
depth.
The reason why I asked is because Thomas which I'm sure you noticed too, Yuli, is very stubborn, very insistent, he's the typical annoying escort quest, let's say,
Yes, they are very.
where they needlessly try and put themselves in danger's way but the research, she did a good job at, like, putting him away from the dangerous areas. It took her some time, but she learned her voice, and she was able to shut him down properly. He kept wandering off a lot, and I will give this to her credit, she was able to notice. And even when I deliberately laid back, I was testing to see if she would actually notice me falling behind. She actually caught on to that too.
Very good. As a final question, do you believe she shows promise at leading another group?
I don't think she's there yet, but she could. I think that she could. She just needs more time. And in a much more stressful environment.
Of course.
But she had ample time to figure out her decisions. This time, in like a live combat situation, that'll be entirely different. And she seemed to have high nerves, but I only saw that at the beginning of the mission, not so much as we proceeded. Granted, I helped nurture her to realize that she can do that, which I hope was okay.
That is quite all right, Miss Yu. I am happy to hear. Very well. An extra coin for the both of you. Gold piece.
Ooh, thank you.
Miss Julie, I have another matter I wish to discuss with Miss Yu. If you can leave us, please.
Of course.
Have fun. Remind me as I take a seat.
Please do. Miss Yu, what do you make of the Lady Welsh these days?
She's trying to be a better person, and it shows. She has problems every now and again. But ultimately, she's showing the efforts of someone who's actually trying to get better. And she's, for the most part, succeeding. It's just that she has a lot of, old habits that she has to kind of curb out. Mostly spawned on behalf of, well, her damn fucking horrible upbringing. But Sam and I have been talking to her often, and I can say this much, she genuinely cares about the people here.
That is incredibly surprising
It's just that she has
to
a
hear.
Sometimes it just takes one person to give them a chance.
There's
one thing I will say, though.
Go ahead.
When someone reacts with hostility to her, or if she's in a very stressful environment, she tends to lash out. And I'm pretty sure you've observed this in the meetings we've had recently.
Yes. She took it upon herself to try to reintegrate herself into the council. Something that she is extremely forbidden to do. It was quite a surprise to return and see her sitting at a seat discussing matters of council business. I did have to voice my disagreement to this, and I believe she was not thrilled, but that is a different topic. The reason why I've asked you this, Miss Yu, and the reason why I asked Miss Julie to leave, and the reason why I have had my suspicions of Miss Vivi and her intention is because I have heard that recently Mr. Javier has recruited Miss Vivi to work for Miss Walsh and the Walsh family. What I do
I
not want in my guild, Miss Yu, is a spy for the Walshes.
That's valid.
Now, I will choose to believe that Miss Vivi has the best intentions and that she just wants to, become a better version of herself. And the fact that she did not wait for Mr. Javier to go on your excursion helps with that theory.
Yeah, that was me who kind of pushed them on because I was entirely oblivious to that. And he also happened to literally walk by.
So, as you can see, this is partially why I wanted you to keep an eye on her to see if she was, in fact, earnest about what she was doing here, and that she wasn't just trying to fall into the crowd.
Sneak in.
Yes. And as such, there is a possibility, Miss Yu, that I will put her in situations that may be a little bit out of her depth, but I will not sacrifice her.
Just make sure that there's enough experienced people with her to help get her out of it.
That is my plan, Miss Yu.
I mean, okay.
I know that you may disagree with this method. And if it does come to the point where she is hurt, I will take full responsibility. But I do not like rats, Yu.
I don't know if she is. Something to consider. Sam and I have been pushing Walsh to just helping people. For all we know, this might just be another time where she's trying to help someone. Vivi very obviously does not have, confidence. She herself has admitted her inexperience in not only adventuring, but leading several times during the mission. In the beginning, until I told her to stop it, because, you know, it's bad for morale. And also that it's just better to keep quiet and think of a decision and then say something rather than apologizing constantly. But case being, we don't know if she's a rat yet. She might honestly just be someone who's getting a nice lift up in society. Rather, a nice lift up from someone who has more to give. Walsh has been generous in the past. She was generous during the bandit attack. She said that she would make sure that no one would go hungry using her own resources. Just something to consider.
It is hard for me to trust someone right off the bat. If Miss Vivi had come to me herself and I had not heard about this agreement with Javier and the Walshes, I would have suspected nothing. She seems earnest and eager, and, well, Miss Yu, I certainly hope, and I certainly wish that is the case, but I have not gotten to where I am in life without a healthy dose of skepticism. When things are lining up just a little bit too neatly, a little bit too coincidentally, if you will.
I understand. Although I will say this. In social studies, if there is anyone who sees someone poorly, they can... Not only can they find bad things, but they will, even when they don't exist. It's okay to have skepticism, and I agree that you should. But just bear in mind that your own precognitive bias might be leading you wrong, too. Keep your eye out for the bad, but keep an eye out for the good, too.
That is the
That's all I'd say.
plan, Monsieur, but I appreciate the words of wisdom. I do have one last question for you. the burn marks that you bear. I've seen burn marks on people before, Miss Yu. And I've seen what it is when someone intends to kill. This seems a little different. Even the mayor.
I think the mayor would get you the best story. I tried to stop a confrontation. Things were heated. Very heated, and he didn't want to give up the stone. But I did arrive later.
Very well, Miss Yu.
If he didn't intend to kill us, then I guess maybe he's not as bad as we were thinking he was. Maybe he was just trying to disarm us so that he can get out.
The man's life is at stake, Miss Yu. I believe there's still a very much a wanted poster for that man in town. Figuratively, of course. I hope that we do not catch them for the wrong reason if they happen to show up again. But I believe the CAF will deal with their own. That would be all, Miss Yu.
Talk to the mayor.
Of course. Unfortunately, the mayor is still dealing with his case of bonitis and will most likely be gone for the day.
Oh, that's it. He's been out for the whole day?
Yes, he was training with Mr. Claude and suddenly, it attacked and they are no longer available.
Wow. Oh shit, you're right. I feel bad.
Such is the way of life, Miss Yu. Perhaps one day he will be able to cure himself and live happily ever after.
Hopefully.
Now then, Miss Yu, I believe the good doctor will have a need of you.
Ooh, really? For any reason?
I think that will be his to share.
I see.
I have said
Later,
nothing,
Guildmaster,
Miss Yu.
and- He's already pretty much implied it to my face. Regardless, though, thanks for looking out for us. Really.
As always.
Know that we're trying to look out for you, too. See ya.
I appreciate that.
And the tender white heart inside can be eaten raw or boiled, and eaten like an asparagus. Oh no, it is. Developed green spikes can be then boiled and eaten like corn on the cob.
Okay.
Do you have a towel? Could you go get one from the bar, please?
Yeah, I'll just grab a towel.
Okay, well.
Yeah, but
Hey, it's fine right now, so you have time. Oh, hey! Guildmaster, Lance was looking for me.
Faisal, you're testing this with me too.
And where is Mr. Lance currently?
I have to go give
He is
a
currently
towel
at the
to them because
fountain,
they
as
got
far as I
orange juice
know.
all over
But
them.
just in case,
Do you have a towel?
What?
I'm not the only one who is in the camp.
Okay,
Do you have a
take
do you have a towel?
so just give it some time. Yeah.
Anything in my head that has the word the dairy. You're talking about dairy. I censor anything that has dairy in it. Now I can't hear anything related to dairy anymore.
Dairy.
It's part of me dealing with my traumatic stress.
Is it because of the cheese?
If anyone was gonna do it, it's gonna be you.
It's a beverage.
Beverage
When drinking,
Miss
You're
Tulip,
saying he has a drinking problem?
are you off duty?
Oh, Guildmaster.
I thought it was just from everything.
Currently, but if there's anything you need, I can put it with my phone.
Yes, I will bring you something from Mr. Thomas, who requested that it be mailed out. Mr. Lance, I believe you were looking for me.
Yeah, we have.
Oh, yes.
Private.
You think it's private enough privately?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Can we talk to you to the tavern?
No, the pinky is there. You should be guided. All right. See you, Toasty.
Audio bug. Audio bug. Audio bug. Audio bug. It's come back. Here comes the audio bug. Oh, yeah. Please make yourself upstairs if you wish to talk personally. I will grab the letter.
Not sure.
Yes, sir.
What is it from Barry's Elementary? So I'd happily accept lemon.
Here you go, Miss Tulip. This will be to be sent out from Mr. Thomas.
Thank you.
Now then, what is the occasion?
Not sure if you're aware, because we definitely weren't, but we were going on a little walk, outside of the east gates, just outside of the slums by the great large tree that's right outside of there. There's a little post, almost, with a chest, a bunch of gold, and a sofa. We didn't touch it. You can check my pockets. You can even check Tulip's as well, if she even has any pockets.
That's a very good thing you didn't touch that chest. Have you seen Mr. Adala?
I don't believe so.
Do you know Mr. Adala? Have you noticed something is missing on his hand?
What is that? Like, is it trapped, probably?
I believe it is a mimic of sorts. It ate 2 of his fingers.
That one?
Oh!
From what I understand, one of our venturing groups had gone outside and Mr. Dalla was with them. He decided to reach into the chest and snap. Now, as to who that belongs to, I haven't the foggiest of clue. I don't know why it's there. I don't know when it got there. I don't know how it got there. Or who it belongs to. But I highly suggest people stay away from giant shiny piles of gold that is out in the open. That just seems like a good idea.
True enough.
Well, what about people who don't know about that?
Then I believe we have had too many venture outside of town, but you are right. If we are having townsfolk venture outside again for walks, maybe we should let them know to stay away from that general area. So, thank you for reminding me that it is there. I will bring it up with the council tomorrow, and we will see what we can think about doing.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
glad you have returned with all your fingers intact.
You like my fingers?
Yeah. I do like my fingers as well.
Good. Was there anything else, Mr. Lance, Miss Tulip?
while
Nothing
we
from
were
me,
over
sir.
there. I'm not entirely sure, but there's a bridge that passes the river by the slums. And over there's another one of the outposts the bandits made. And both of us could have swore we saw someone there.
The guards have been milling about in both of the outposts that are closer to town. We plan on using them as forward bases, as something to... well, they are now our outposts. The one that I would keep away from... There's a giant fort on top of a hill. You cannot miss it. It is rocky, and it has only one way up. That one, as far as I know, is still inhabited by leftover bandits. And it was, well, the last I heard of it, in talks with Ascension Academy as to what to do with them. A negotiation, if you will. But for the time being, do not climb up that hill and do not antagonize them. Supposedly, they are not on the side of one Zane. But I shudder to think what would happen if that Zane returns to there and decides he wants to go for round 3.
Understood.
There may come a time, Mr. Lance, that it will come up to us to make sure that camp empties. But I hope it does not have to come to that. It would be a disadvantageous effort.
Understood.
Very well, otherwise, I do hope you enjoy your walks and, well, stay away from treasures that are too good to be true.
Understood. We'll do our best.
Thank you.
Of course. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you.
It's Steve's, by the way. But I don't remember if the Guildmaster knows that or not, so I erred on the side of caution. Long day, Mr. Sigurd.
Sig.
Sandwich and
yes.
for a drink.
Do you hear the Guildmaster right behind you?
I unfortunately do not. I seem to.
One moment. Have to blink.
Sadly, I think
Understood.
every help they have is perfectly fine right now.
My apologies, Guildmaster.
I was just asking if you had a long day, Mr. Sigurd. You seem worn out.
Yes, sir, we did. We secured the outposts on the east and south gate.
And while securing the south gate, we came across an abandoned fortress.
Come with me, Mr.
Secured
Sigurd.
it.
I have an extra question for you after all this.
Yes, sir.
I was looking for you, but I couldn't find you.
Well, we secured the abandoned fortress and managed to find some building materials, as well as some clothes. We're going to search through the materials and clothes to make sure it's safe, and we're going to hand out the clothes to anybody that needs them.
And your assessment as to these outposts, does occupying them, is it advantageous for the town?
I believe it can be. We would control those points of entry, but it seems that they didn't have an outpost, or according to the commander, that it wasn't an outpost at the north gate, which I find odd.
Hmm.
They were going to block off the roads, why wouldn't they block off all of them? Why would they just block off those two? And the way they were set up, it didn't block off every entry point. Just certain ones, like the one at the east gate only blocked off the road that led to the slums. And then the one on the south gate only blocked off one that went up to the hill.
Now my question on top of all this, Mr. Sigurd, is when I stood on top of the walls of the town, I could see the one outside of the east gate. How in the hell did they manage to put up all that without anyone noticing?
That is a very good question, Guildmaster. Why weren't we... you would think a guard would have noticed them blockading us in.
At the very least, even if it was done in the middle of the night, they would have had to had some light to put this all up. We would have seen torches moving or hear wood being dragged.
I completely agree, and a lot of those trees that were like the east gate, a lot of them were right outside the town. We would have heard those falling.
It's a mystery, Mr. Sigurd, and I still don't like any of it.
Neither do I, Guildmaster.
One last question for you, Mr. Sigurd.
Yes, sir.
Was Barry ordered to be out there today?
Barry, when the commander was giving out orders, Barry was not there. I believe Yuki was preoccupying and distracting Barry.
Here's why I am asking this, Mr. Sigurd. Earlier today, as you saw, Barry and Yuki decided to stroll through this establishment on a horse. When I went
Yes,
to
sir,
go question them of why they would take such an action, all I got was lip and sass. I informed, yes, I informed your commander of this. And your commander assured me that they would track them down and have a word. They were not able to ever find them, Mr. Sigurd. And now...
Yes, we managed to find Barry before him.
I had a report from adventurers that were outside that they saw Barry outside of the walls. So, Mr. Sigurd... why was Barry outside the walls if they were not ordered to be outside the walls? And how did they get out there? And why were they on a horse alone?
Barry claims they were avoiding the commander because they knew he was unhappy. And as you've seen, the commander seems to be slow to act on some things. And he seems to have a great deal of difficulty being able to rein in some of the other guards. I have tried to support him. I have made it known. But I don't think that helps. I just think he doesn't have proper control over Barry. I can't explain why or where they got the horse unless it was from the stables. But all I know was Yuki was riding the horse, so I assumed Yuki got the horse.
And then they decided to take it through a tavern and the guild.
Yes,
Mr.
sir, and
Sigurd,
I'm sorry about that.
it is not your fault, but Mr. Sigurd, I have been quite alright with the guards. I have seen them carousing and enjoying themselves, and I do not have a problem with this. I do not have a problem with them enjoying themselves. They live a hard life, and one that is mostly thankless. They're most likely underpaid, undergeared, understaffed, overworked, etc., etc. And thus I will give them much leeway. But Mr. Sigurd, when someone decides to do something that stupid, and when someone, upon being confronted and asked why they would do such a thing, and they decide to respond not with an apology and not with a "it will not happen again, sir," I start drawing lines, Mr. Sigurd. I hope
understand, sir.
that is understandable.
Yes, sir, it is. You
I
have
do
every
not
right
wish
to be angry.
to give the rest of the guards any grief. I wished for them to do what they want to do to the best of their abilities. But do not have them press my patience, Mr. Sigurd. I know you are no
Yes, sir.
longer the captain, and I do not know how the rest of the guards treat you. But at the very least, Mr. Sigurd, I hope you will let it be known that I do run out of patience at some point.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Sigurd. I do hope this
Thank you
wasn't
for letting me know.
too much of a downer of a conversation.
No, sir, not at all. I was planning on already having a talk with Barry anyway.
Very well,
But
Mr.
I
Sigurd.
do think that Yuki is probably a bad influence since he quit, and I hear that I heard tell that he's part of
Yes, I have heard that rumor
the
as
guild
well, and I
now?
would love to know who said such a thing, because as far as I am aware, my title is Guildmaster and no one else's.
That sounds like something you should also probably.
I will wait until Mr.
Talk to
Yuki
someone.
appears, and if Mr. Yuki appears and decides he is part of the guild, I will have a chat with Mr. Yuki, because I am not convinced he is cut out for the adventuring life.
Yes. When quitting the guard when they're needed the most doesn't instill confidence in just about anyone.
Mr. Sigurd, I heard his
What
reasoning was that he did not wish to hurt anyone. Is that accurate? Before I bring that up to him.
He has claimed that on occasion, but he was also spewing that I was ordering him to hurt people, which is not true. I barely spoke to him maybe once, and it was, "Hello, Yuki. Continue with your patrol, Yuki." I specifically never gave him orders because he's going on patrol. Everyone else I gave orders to. I know he has some kind of... He has some sort of problem with me. I don't know what it is. I don't care anymore. I'm not here to make friends with him. I'm here to do my job and protect the town. And if he can't deal with the harsh realities of what we have to do as guards to do it, then he's not cut out to be a guard. Neither is he cut out to be an adventurer. That is my humble opinion.
That would be my opinion as well, Mr. Sigurd, and that is why, if Mr. Yuki decides to stroll through my doors looking for a quest, well, let's just say I will be having a chat with him in here, and he will have to do a lot of convincing.
Yes, I imagine he would, and I imagine he would be a hard sell for his.
I am willing to give the man a chance, Mr. Sigurd. I have, in the past, gotten along with Mr. Yuki. He has been responsive to my requests. But I fear he may have changed for the worse. Well, I will cross that road when it gets to it, Mr. Sigurd. I appreciate your candidness in the situation.
Well, thank you for letting me know about Barry. I'll be sure to make them see that it's not wise to test someone's patience.
Thank you,
Especially when
Mrs.
they're being
Sigurd.
generous. You're welcome, Guildmaster. I won't take any more of your time.
Oh man, it feels so good to play the kind of like strict bad guy sometimes. Not really a bad guy, not really a bad guy, but kind of the bad guy. But like, definitely like, I will put my foot up your fucking ass. Oh, it's so empowering. Man, hey, I love it. I gotta get more of it. I understand why people want power now. I understand. Right, collect myself. Okay, woo, we're good. We're the Guildmaster. We're stern, but we're fair.
He probably come to us and we could use his help. I know you definitely need help. You're pretty much swamped over there.
Yeah. It would be nice.
What are you doing?
I solved the case. I mean, Bucket Man solved the case.
Alright. Javier did it. He admitted to it as soon as I asked him if he did it.
Right. Yes, with them. Okay. All right. I'm gonna
We
go.
should have asked.
Word. Yeah.
Stealing his sword.
Alright.
Cherry Boy means version, by the way.
That's why
I know.
asked about the sword. I did find it weird you asked me about the sword. Like, why did that work?
Also, hello, you senpai.
What's that face for, Prim? Are you okay?
That's what it tipped me off. That's true. Alright.
Hello, Kohai. How are you doing?
I'm doing quite well. Went outside the walls, find places, had an adventure. Went pretty well.
I keep getting cramps in my foot.
What all did you see?
Yeah, I mean, I found that. I'm sorry.
VRChat? You please not do that. Whatever it is that you're doing right now. Thank you.
Watching the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
I've never
You got any
Hmm.
when you're alone at home?
I never had to breed that before.
Hey, yo, Muzzer.
I normally, when I eat, I normally have to go fast, so it's usually the Cari burger.
Well, now you're not on duty, so you can take as much time as you want.
That is true.
Not too long ago.
How good was the book?
Alright. I believe it was your turn.
If you could travel anywhere here besides Cari Town, where would you go?
I would like to visit the United Sanctuary.
It'd be nice to have someone we could, buy clothing from.
Like attire, aesthetic, etc., etc.
Would be nice.
Tired?
Gilliam, don't tell
Sometimes.
Over here. What? What?
Give me a second, I feel like my shoe is untied.
Yes.
Be careful when you wave that thing
This is
around.
like a volcano right now. What?
Thank you, Steve.
I'm just holding it.
He looked
It
like
has a
awesome.
sharp
Look into
end.
getting a sheath.
Oh yeah, stimulants.
You gonna make your hand bleed if you gonna keep holding it like that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Want to let the mayor know that things are going well with all.
Yeah, because I stepped on it and then I very quickly
Door away.
back out.
Did Oracle leave? Nope, they're still around. Okay. Hoping I can run into them. Because I do, like, you know, sometimes you give the stick, right? But you gotta hang the carrot, too. So I was gonna, you know, see about buying him a drink just to be like, good job! Also, to make sure that I, you know, keep my potential enemies close. I'm on your side, Vivi. I trust you, Vivi. I definitely don't suspect you're a spy, Vivi.
Sorry.
It's quite alright, Mr. Marley. We have no problems here, Vivi.
Get enough guys. Clear it out. I just gotta get the money first.
What do you think you'll do though if you denied when the bucket's still one open?
Guildmaster, have you seen the guard commander?
I have not. It is quite possible that they have retired for the day.
I wish he would, at the very least, let me know so I could. Because the other guards are wanting to know when they can get off duty. I'll check in the keep. If not, I'm going to dismiss everyone.
It is getting dark. I believe it might be that time, regardless.
I agree. But I wouldn't. I would be insubordinate if I didn't at least look for him first.
Please do, Mr. Sigurd. But don't look too hard.
Yes, sir.
Hi there.
Hello.
What?
What, is there another goat?
No, I saw like a box for a minute. It disappeared. Okay.
Your worst nightmare coming to life, perhaps.
Maybe. The packages are coming back for me.
Better get them delivered then, otherwise they will be angry. Good job, Miss
It's
Tulip.
my job and my duty.
Yes. Don't forget it.
How could I? It's my favorite thing to do. Okay, I'm gonna help fix a loud problem.
Okay.
I'll bring this back.
Oh, that's what causes the loud problem. You know, I was sat there thinking the mayor, when they were walking around, sounded like they were still had a megaphone down their throat. Makes a lot of sense now.
It is a cursed magic.
I thought it was ghosts.
Who says it isn't?
I honestly think the southern gate is haunted.
Well, it is full of ominous mists.
Exactly. Some of the other guards are saying it's just humidity, but come on, that looks like prime ghost real estate.
You do know that gate is situated right next to the crypt entrance, yes?
That too, yes! Exactly, but they're just like, oh, it's humidity. It's ghosts. I'm telling you, it's ghosts. I'm going to put like a gold piece on it, that it's actually ghosts.
Well, I hope you are not too frightened by the supernatural.
I think I could beat up a ghost. Got no muscle mass.
Yes, but what are you going to punch?
I guess it all depends on what kind of rules they work with. Because if it's like their body holding their spirit down, then maybe I could punch the body.
And where is the body?
I guess it would probably be in the crypts.
And you know what else is in the crypts?
Zombies.
Amongst other demonic dogs and so on and so forth. Some eyes that fly around and shoot out beams of energy.
If I recall, aren't they weaker to silver, Guard Commander? Or am I misremembering?
Did anybody lose a fishing rod? Has anybody lost a fishing rod?
I'm not
Guildmaster.
sure.
I'll have to.
I believe we have a book on undead somewhere, yes.
But yes, I want to say that are weak to silver. We have a whole arsenal now of silver and gold weapons, and I'm pretty sure that massive sword would cleave through most things. But yes,
I don't even know if it is
seeing
silver
as
or not.
how. Oh no, that looked like iron to me.
You think?
Yes.
I know the
maybe.
guard isn't.
I'm not quite sure what that metal is, but I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation. You're
Oh
off
no, we
duty.
were just talking
I'm-
about the ghosts.
I'm making the call. You're off duty. The guard commander's nowhere to be found. So I'll take, if he has issue, I'll take the trouble.
Excellent.
All right, that's one way of. Okay, it's been a long day, Samantha. I'll go find the other guards, as you were.
Are you quite all right?
Oh, these. Yes. Nah, they're healing. They're healing nicely, I think.
And what
during the
exactly was that from?
Fire magic. I managed to guard myself while holding my sword.
Is this the same as a certain pink lady and the mayor?
Yes, there were several people that were burned.
Mr. Samantha.
Yes?
I have seen burns before. Especially of magical variety. I do not know what happened in that keep. But what I can tell you is this does not bear the mark of one that was trying to kill.
Well, I I don't know what must have been going through their mind at the time.
Mr. Samantha, do you play poker?
No.
Good. I suggest you never start. But
yes.
I will not press you, Mr. Samantha. I just hope it doesn't
thank
lead
God.
to the execution of somebody who does not deserve it. Very well, Mr. Samantha, as you were. Mr. Samantha.
Yes?
I do not appreciate it when people lie to me. Try not to do it again.
I didn't actually lie.
Yes, of course you didn't.
I don't lie. I'm sorry.
Someone's here right now.
Hello.
Did you have a fun day?
Oh.
Hello, baby. Bye, baby.
Probably make you a mask.
I just had to fix my
Sneaky
ears.
little one, aren't you?
Oh, that's
Do you think I'll need a mask?
Yeah, at least you have good taste.
Oh, that's probably let the doctors know. I've been lying to the both of you. I'm actually a milk pyre, milk vampire. You can't see me through milk.
I like
And I have
yeah.
Not this again.
unfortunately I have.
See, if you were to be talking, Samantha, I could probably pick out exactly where behind me you were.
Well, yes, but
Here,
people weren't
keep the
talking.
change. He hands you 2
It's
gold
true.
pieces.
Could tell there's another person behind me
Consider
as
the
well,
tip.
but still.
Okay.
Oh, look good. Very, very sharp here.
2 Krakens, Guildmaster.
I pay attention.
What is your drink of choice, Miss Vivi?
It was only a matter of
I don't actually drink. I only drink water and orange juice. I'm
Any
not the
reason?
type of,
Well then,
I don't drink.
give me an orange juice and a Kraken.
Okay.
I really don't want my parents coming here.
The crook. Ah, that is.
We would have some problems.
Well, as far as I'm aware, they would find out anytime.
Here you go.
This is for you, Miss Vivi.
That would be pretty cool.
It would have been,
I can't do that. I'm not.
Find the right island.
I'm not that good.
Find the right
Do you care what cup?
Nope. Cup of water, cup of...
Miss Vivi,
You know what you could do?
Thank you.
this one's for you.
Glass.
For a job well done
You fill
today.
it with something to equal the same weight
Oh.
as,
Thank you, sir.
Well, I mean,
like,
Cheers.
a full drink. And then you can use that to practice, and then you don't have to worry about spilling anything.
Aye,
He's still
that's
young.
aye. That's fair.
What about you? I have to be sure.
I'm still sick from that egg.
Nope, can't see you.
Thank you.
Nope, can't see you.
What egg?
Yeah,
I-
that's a shame. Nope, it's a shame. Nope, it's a shame. I can't see it anymore.
I mean, if you ate the egg, roll, then that's probably the reason.
I can't let you know. I can't let you know. No, it's horrible. It's terrible.
You're lying.
Mm.
You're lying.
Fizzle.
Are you doing the reverse vampire thing or
Am I
something?
lying?
I think I cured him of vampirism.
Ah.
She did, apparently.
Oh, I was just wondering what the mayor is up to.
I am so
Possible
thankful.
he
I'm
might
holding your
already
hand.
turned in for the night, though.
The mayor came down with a very terrible case of bonitis and was no longer able to function.
I knew it. You were a vampire.
Oh,
I did
that's...
see that earlier.
Yep, the whole time.
I
I tried to tell
very
people.
painful.
Right.
I hope he's okay in the morning.
You admitted it. Boop.
I know
You're
it can
welcome.
pass
Only the
quickly,
rest
but
of the
sometimes
video,
it
alright?
lingers.
I'm.
Alright, thank you.
You walked into it.
I would also just
Okay,
want to
Mike.
let them know that I got about a third of the work done for the gate. It's about one
He's
more
okay,
day
he's
and
okay.
I'm
He can take more.
Ordered in with mead.
I will let them know
It's all over
when
his
we have our
mustache.
council meeting the next day.
I'm alright.
I think he's doing that because the bunny's jumping on his chest.
Talked to, I believe that his name was Samantha.
Yeah.
Some of the, the bulkier guard. I asked them for assistance. A lot of the larger holes in the gate that were caused when it was cracked. I plan on actually putting some shaped stone from outside the wall where we were mining there next to the barracks. I'm going to start chiseling away at some stone to
What
actually
happened?
place in there before
Oh,
trying
right, you
to
got burned.
put anything.
Also, how do you know
in
that
it.
there's a bucket right there?
Make it stronger that way.
Oh,
Very well.
I think he said it was like
Up today.
metal.
I didn't know if he'd have to ask for an adventurer's help or not, but if it's right outside the gate, I feel it wouldn't be too much trouble.
I believe you should be
Was
fine.
nice drink.
So how many buckets
Oh, sorry.
Don't need explanation.
That's quite alright to go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
Yes, it was quite a good excursion today. I feel like I've
Well,
made a
regardless,
couple of
I think I'm going to call it tonight. I'll let you
interesting
decide
notes
whether you want to
on
stay out and
locations
mingle or
worth exploring a
otherwise,
little
but
bit more in the
I'm gonna
future.
go lay down.
Maybe it's something that I told Gillian that I'd like to have a little conversation with the mayor sometime in the future. Maybe a few days from now. If you want to come to that conversation as well, it might be okay.
Sorry, I had to run before.
I'm going to also talk to Alan about getting a little look at the mines before I go for this conversation, just so I kind of have all my ducks in the row, as they say.
Of course, Mr.
But I just want to
Thomas.
keep you in mind for this.
Some work if you're still up to it.
I do not know if I will need adventurers for
Well, I'll see if
the mine,
I
but
can,
if I do,
although
I'll
I'm
let
still
you know.
working on fixing the
But
gate
thank you
right
very
now.
much. It helped a lot today.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Fix all
Your
the
business
cracks
is
of stone and
appreciated.
whatnot for the holes.
I believe it will be a little slow going here for the guild the next few days while things get back up to speed.
when I organize it, I'll
So
just
any
like
work
make a roll
is,
call,
do
and
my
anyone
best.
that wants to join, they can.
Quite
Like
good.
last time,
Let me help you out.
we literally only have to go to the
Thank you very much.
coal
Can help
mine
you very
now
well for
because
the
last
night.
time
You as well, Mr.
AA
Thomas.
students were around, and I
Mary, are we gonna do what we're planning to do here?
Yes.
and
I'm
I asked for the AA students if any of them wanted to help.
Okay.
Half of them wanted to, and they clear out the mine,
Oh.
brought everything back, and didn't ask for payment.
Oh, that was awfully nice of them.
I guess so.
I'm married.
I know.
What's
I'm
her
just
name?
making
My
a
wife.
joke because you targeted people who
There
are
you go,
standing
buddy.
next to each other.
Here you go, buddy. Thanks. Over there.
Hello, Bucket Man. How are you?
Awesome.
What's over there?
This is Thistle. We've been living together for a bit.
That sound is so fucking impressive.
I remember meeting her once before.
Pod, give Gilliam a hug.
I
miss my wife,
also introduce. This is Namira. This is my wife.
I don't believe you. That's your bucket, rabbit.
It's got another item.
It's still stealing shit.
Hello, Bucket Man.
You've been stealing lives too.
Stealing one, too.
Good call, rabbit.
He's gonna grab a knife and
Hey, the rabbit just brought back the bucket.
I mean, the only animals
Hello, Bucket Man.
the only animals I've seen with
Hello, Gilliam.
natural
How are
cats.
you, Bucket Man? I'm doing rather well.
Oh, that's it's the thing had
They're training
a knife
hand to pull combat.
and a rapier today.
It had a book earlier.
Speaking of a book, Mr. Allen.
Man thinks he killed the other rabbit.
Sorry, what?
Speaking of books, Mr. Allen.
Alright,
Are you
well, I'll take
missing
the room
one?
for now, and at least that way you know where.
Yes, I asked for it on the tower, and they told me that it was there.
Oh yeah, I'll need to write down the
No, Mr. Allen, you left it in the
I don't
bar.
want you walking in on anybody that you shouldn't.
Yeah, on the tavern.
Yes.
And I asked them, they told me that it was there. They took it somewhere else.
I have it in my possession, Mr. Allen.
I would like to retrieve it if possible.
Good call, Mr. Allen.
Alright.
Wasn't like super awkward tonight.
I am getting very tired, so I will probably be leaving in a bit.
Now then,
Your
Mr.
time's
Allen.
okay.
Two things.
Yes.
Try not to leave personal property around. You never know who might snatch it.
Right. No.
And number two.
That's why I left it with Claude, so it doesn't. Yes.
Mr. Allen, remember the feeling of losing a book and what it was like when mine went missing.
Yeah, but I give it back.
Yes, just like
I
I
didn't know it
gave
was
yours
yours.
back. That is all, Mr.
Oh,
Allen.
we are even. Okay.
We all square, Mr. Allen. Oh, don't look at me like that. It was a
Alright.
joke.
Okay.
I decided to take the book so nobody else would steal it off the counter. That is all.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hmm.
It is. What is it? I don't know what's going on there.
Alright. It might be good. I'm pretty tired. I think we're gonna end soon anyway, so.
No, you just said he didn't.
Wine and rum.
Alright, there's always
Mr. Abdallah.
there's always girl.
Yeah.
Always girl. Women. Around every corner.
Nothing, just saying hello.
Women!
What?
Watch out! Women!
What's that?
Aye.
They're everywhere, Prim. They're everywhere. Women.
And a good night.
Oh.
Hey,
There you are.
Sorry, I was just talking, phone
Yes, they said he
conversations
got
and all
held up.
that. Yeah, I got held on, like, by multiple people.
Yes.
Hello.
Good job today.
That's impossible.
Unless you just like writing
It's a-
scribbles.
It's a he's really good at writing scribbles.
Well, unless like I maybe think you're you're trying good at very hard to writing make in his one life language, not exist but and you make can't.
And whoosh. I'm tired. So I'm gonna end stream. It's been good. That was actually a decent episode. We actually had a lot happen. Making Samantha uncomfortable was good times. Yeah. Saturday. Ascension. We're gonna maybe not get placed, but we got a test, so that'll happen. Anyway, have a good night. I'll see you guys next time. Bye, YouTube as well. Bye-bye.